Welcome back. What's going on, folks? I'm so glad you could stick around for this. Sorry about that. I apologize. That was a recklessly wild experience. Oh my goodness. What's going on? Sorry about that. Yeah. Thank goodness. Camera's working. Everything's working. Is that you, Emily? I'll just hang out. In any case,
yes, also it makes more women more accountable to
1 2 1 2. Hello, all of you. Hey, sorry.
For a woman to maintain her fit, friendly, submissive, cooperative nature.
We can absolutely Zoom today, and we can talk about any of these subjects as well. And I'm so glad you could come back in, and thank you for joining. I believe I've managed to get it all back into play. So since I have, what's happening, Emily? Thank you guys so much for joining back in. You know, tech matters. Nobody says this very often, but when you can't be able to go like that and then come back like that, that's a problem. Anyhow. And especially when you want to be able to go like that. Especially when like that. Wait. Hold on. Like what? Alright. Let's go back. Anyhow. Thank you for joining me. Thank you so much. My name is AronMSound. This is Look Up, the show where I interject myself into a conversation sometimes when I'm able to, and by way of which I extend it and take it somewhere it probably wasn't meant to go. Stand by. Hey, so now that we've got the visuals going, and we've got some things happening, and the whole world isn't falling. Oh, wait. Is the whole world falling apart? I think that's the question that we're addressing today. And by the way, the Zoom line is open. Let me pull it up for you folks, because how rude of me to have not actually done that. I apologize. There was so much else going on, and I think it was actually in the other one. No, I can't give you. No, I wouldn't be ethically correct for me to give you folks, the JPT Studio Zoom line direct, because then they would change that. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, that one time when I called in, and then that other time when I got shut down on, same number. Weird, but just like mine. It's a Zoom number, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can just shut it down at any time, change it. So let me just join my own meeting here so I can share with you all. So today what we're talking about, I'm going to stay the participant, what we're talking about is this back and forth that went down with the little blue-haired man and then his, well, kind of mirrored rival, if I could be so bold, to say that Brian of the Whatever podcast is essentially just the other side. And like I was saying before I got so rudely technically shut down. Isn't it amazing now? There's nothing wrong. It looks fine. Hold on. I have a new camera today. Yeah, you can't take down a man with as many cameras and computers as I own. And mixers. It's just not gonna happen. Rudely. Yes, Emily, rudely. And I will give you, and thank you, by the way, for being so patient with me. My audience is so fantastic that way. I really, I love you guys for that, because most people will be like, I'm out of here, and everybody's back. So thank you so much. And let me copy the invite link, which it's hard to talk, host a show, copy paste, press button, scratch. You don't need the password, but I'm going to put it in there anyways, because it's, I'm not a vegan, but I love having that in there, because, it's one of those scenarios where people make a lot of decisions for me, about me, and I think it's hilarious. Pinning the message so I can forget about it. Oh, nope. Not Emily's rudely, but yes, I'm going to unpin that, but that was fantastic. I'm glad I didn't do something really wrong with the button. That would have been messed up. It's just my thumb is, as we know, my thumb is huge. It's just larger than life. Pin the right message. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you. All right. Why am I not doing that? Why didn't I just do that in the chat? Oh, I just don't want to drag the computer. It's the link above, Jacob. The Zoom number is just above, Jacob. And you're welcome to use your own. We know your account is you, so it's no problem. Did I not give you a mod? I think I gave you a mod last time, so you're fine. You can totally use that account. Because otherwise we think you're Lita. And that could cause all sorts of confusion. And nobody likes confusion. I mean, some people like confusion. But oh, hey. Oh no, there it is. I'm frozen in my secondary. And I don't want to change that. My backup, that's my backup to the backup, so I'm not worried. I've got so many cameras now. So many cameras! Alright. Let's get to it. What's really going on? Oh, that's the younger son.
When it comes to relationships, what does it mean when people say men are...
Does your mom know you have her phone? Let's just make sure. All right. So what's going on? Well, we are looking at two environments that are part of the same coin, and they're about to eat each other alive. Now let me see if I can get Eva to say something for us. And I will pull up on the OBS. Eva Voce. Eva Voce! Yeah! Oh, there she is. Okay. Too many things in the list now. I gotta clear that list out a little bit. And then, yeah, we can hear her. Eva, would you tell us about hedonism and what the definition of hedonism English hedonism is? And let me clear some of this out, because otherwise she's just gonna keep going. Yeah, well, here she just.
Hedonism is a philosophical concept that places pleasure and happiness as the ultimate goals in life. It suggests that maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain is the key to living a fulfilling and meaningful existence. The term hedonism derives from the Greek word hedon, which means pleasure. In English hedonism, the focus is on individual pleasure and the pursuit of personal happiness. It emphasizes the idea that individuals have the right to seek their own happiness and fulfill their desires, as long as they do not harm others in the process. This philosophy encourages the enjoyment of sensory and physical pleasures, as well as intellectual and emotional satisfaction. It's important to note that there are different interpretations and variations of hedonism, ranging from ethical hedonism, which suggests that pleasure-seeking should align with moral principles, to more extreme forms that prioritize immediate gratification without considering long-term consequences. Overall, hedonism centers around the belief that pleasure and happiness are valuable and should be pursued as fundamental aspects of human life.
So hedonism isn't just
it's worth
random.
Considering that different philosophical perspectives offer alternative views on what constitutes a meaningful and fulfilling life.
So, essentially, overall, hedonism centers around the belief that pleasure and happiness are valuable and should be pursued as fundamental aspects of human life. However, it's worth considering that different philosophical perspectives often alternative views on what constitutes a meaningful and fulfilling life. So let's link isn't working. Huh. Well then, stand by. Oh, it should be, it's the standard link. Let me make sure that it's, hold on a second, let me call myself. I like calling me. I'm a nice guy to talk to. At least that's what I think. Yeah, it works. Just took me straight on back in. Just click the link. Although it's going to take me a second because I'm going to get into the thing. Unless you have something important we need to talk about. Which is, you know, you're more than welcome to. If that's the case. I will stop the show. I'll be like, "Arr!" That's what I'll do. But until then, oh, lots of emails. Am I already shut down or something? Did they already shut my feed down? Hold on, let me catch up with the stream. There we go. There we go. Oh, he just wants to get on cam. That's fine. If you want to hang out while I do the show, you're more than welcome to hang on cam. In fact, let me pull you up in the. Hold on a second. You can just hang out. You're more than welcome to watch the show and hang on cam in the corner. That is totally fine with me. In fact, that is like you know, I don't know if you guys realize this or have caught on yet, but I am definitely trying to integrate both Fred Rogers and Romper Room's work. Just in the background for our adult catharsis. Just so you all know. So there is absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, you know what? Screw the little corner. I'm sorry. Pardon my language. Undo the little corner. Let me put him up in the top corner so you could just like be watched while you watch the watching of the watch. Because honestly, you know, if I was his age, I would be absolutely enthralled to be. Yeah, I would be totally down. Fred Rogers is an amazing character. I've been thinking about doing a show about his principles and intermingle them with Henson and, you know, there's a couple of them. And I want to do Dr. Ruth as well. I think there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from some of these people that seem to be forgotten. I'm not sure why they're forgotten. I think that they just maybe don't have the messages of the now. Like Dr. Ruth's message would be considered incredibly extreme right now because of the puritanical stuff. Which leads me, by the way, I'm just waiting for him to sign in. Oh, Pittsburgh, actually, you know, if you'd asked me in 2003 if I liked Pittsburgh, I would have been like, Pittsburgh, did you say? Oh, but now, there's a number of really amazing clubs and a couple of really, really awesome spaces out there, and especially, you know, the town is becoming more of like a Detroit revision, you know, where the music and the scenes are coming back, and the price of land out there is less expensive. All right, 2018. Oh yeah, Pittsburgh in 2018 is actually a good time. So let me get into this. What are we watching? We are watching first a little piece of. So we talked about hedonism. What is the opposite Let's ask Eva. Eva, what would the opposite of hedonism be? Oh, look at that.
Eudaimonia. Eudaimonia, derived from Greek philosophy, emphasizes the pursuit of a flourishing and fulfilling life through the cultivation of virtue, personal growth, and living in accordance with one's true nature. It places greater emphasis on overall well-being and living in alignment with one's highest potential rather than solely seeking immediate pleasure. Stoicism. Stoicism is a philosophy that promotes inner tranquility and resilience in the face of external circumstances. It teaches individuals to focus on virtue, moral character, and rationality rather than seeking immediate pleasure or avoiding pain. Altruism. Altruism emphasizes selfless concern for the well-being and happiness of others. It suggests that acting in the best interests of others and contributing to the greater good can lead to a more meaningful and fulfilling life, even if it requires personal sacrifice or foregoing immediate pleasures. These are just a few examples of philosophical concepts that contrast with hedonism by prioritizing values other than immediate pleasure as the central focus of life. It's worth noting that different philosophical systems offer various perspectives on what constitutes a meaningful and fulfilling life.
Okay, so she gave us some pretty good examples, and I think folks are probably pretty familiar with some of the terms here. We've got let's highlight it so it's easier to see. We've got asceticism. Asceticism is the belief in the renunciation of worldly pleasures and self-denial as a means to achieve spiritual or moral goals. So give up everything so that you can get somewhere. Eudaimonia. Eudaimonia derived from the... Oh, hold on a second. It's easier for you to read. You know I'm here. Eudaimonia, derived from the Greek philosophy, emphasizes the pursuit of a flourishing and fulfilling life through the cultivation of virtue, personal growth. Why don't I just read it on the screen? I'm an idiot. Are you all getting kicked off? Is that what's going on? Am I alone in here? Oh no! It happens. The struggle is real, folks. Well, eudaimonia, derived from the Greek philosophy, emphasizes the pursuit of a flourishing and fulfilling life through the cultivation of virtue, personal... Oh, good, Emily. No, it's if you saw on my side, like, I know I'm being messed with. Because I'm always so happy when I look at the numbers afterwards. It's like, oh, people are joining me, and how I'm talking, because if you looked at my side, you'd think that I'm alone. Emphasizes the pursuit of a flourishing, let me read it for the fourth time, fulfilling life through the cultivation of virtue, personal growth, and living in accordance with one's true nature. And it places greater emphasis on overall well-being and living in alignment with one's highest potential rather than solely seeking immediate pleasure. So eudaimonia, that's more like puritanical behavior. It's more like, if you're good in the now, you'll get something later, hopefully. Stoicism. This is my favorite bullshit. Sorry, this is my favorite bullshit. Stoicism is a philosophy that promotes inner tranquility and resilience in the face of external circumstances. That's not a very good explanation of it. I might have to ask her to redo that one. It teaches individuals to focus on virtue, moral character, and rationality rather than seeking immediate pleasure or avoiding pain. So in other words, Stoicism says, just go headlong into pain. Be angry about it. Have no response to it, but just be stern and you'll be fine. And we all know that, that's called repression. It has different names, but Stoicism is not a very healthy one. But it tends to be that Stoicism is the opposite of, or what people think of colloquially, or in general, at least in the U.S. right now, in Western world, as Stoicism is the opposite of hedonism in the minds of folks. But I want to remind you that hedonism isn't some wildness. Oh, hey, what's happening? Hold on 1 second. You're in the Zoom. Let me help you unmute and... say hello. Now, before we do this, just want to make sure that you know that there's no. Hold on a second. In fact, you know what? Let me before the audience sees, just in case. Not that I actually expect that there's something wrong. I'm sure it's totally fine, but I think it's probably in everybody's best interest to just do that. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. All right. So you Zoom. Oh, it says Zoom user. Uh-oh. But we know it's got to be Lita. So there's Zoom user. Let's find out. Let's see what's going on with Zoom user. And you can go ahead and share your camera. Hey, okay, good. Hey, what's happening? Welcome, welcome. Is that Jacob? Hey, look at that smile. Hold on one second. Let me put you on cam. Let me get you up. Just wanted to make sure it's you. Gotta have to take a couple little precautions here and there. Give me 1 second. You'll be up on the... Hey, there he is. All right. Let me not move the whole world around, but I definitely will get you up on the screen here. And let me widen this out. So, and by the way, you get a landscape image when you turn your phone over sideways, just so you know. So I'm gonna put you up in there, and now you're widened out in the screen. Gonna move you on over, and now Jacob is starring in the corner. Hey, what's happening, Lita? Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, is that your brother? I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the screen. What's happening? Give me a high five. What's up? All right. I'm going to go back to reading. And actually, this is a good lesson because these differences, these words, they may be very long right now. They may be confusing, or the concepts may be confusing. But trust me, they will stick with you. And later on, you'll hear them and you'll be like, altruism. I remember what altruism is. It's altruism empathizes with selfless concern for the well-being and happiness. What's up, Jacob? Hello. What's happening, guys? Oh, they're playing games. Playing games. Awesome. It suggests that acting in the best interest of others and contributing to the greater good can lead to a more meaningful and fulfilling life, even if it requires personal sacrifice or foregoing the immediate pleasures. And, oh, it's Elijah. That's right. Elijah, what's going on? Hold on a second. Let me give you guys, hold on, just to be clear. Let's, anyhow. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. So, we've defined the differences between hedonism and the opposite of hedonism, which is stoicism, altruism. There's a number of things it's the opposite of that Eva was explaining. But let's have her wrap it up one more quick time. Eva, would you please explain the differences between hedonism and stoicism?
Focus. Hedonism emphasizes the pursuit of immediate sensory and physical pleasures as well as intellectual and emotional gratification. Outlook. Hedonism tends to prioritize personal desires and individual happiness without strict adherence to external moral principles.
How you feeling? Good. Oh, did you just unmute your mic?
Attitude towards pain. Hedonism seeks to minimize pain and discomfort, prioritizing the pursuit of pleasure and gratification.
Let me stop Eva for a second, so I can hear you better. How's it going? Here, hold on a second. Let me make myself less opaque. Hold on a second. I gotta pull in some air here. There it is. Yeah, it's the lack of oxygen to my head that makes me. Watch. Hold on a second.
What? What is that?
It's I get it. Oh, he went away. Magical.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, you okay? Hold on a second. I need some more oxygen. Much better. That's much better. All right. So these are very deep concepts for a young man your age. But I admire you being here with us, and I'll try not to curse because I do so occasionally. So when you do, just scream out loud and be like, "I'm still here, dude."
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll remember. But so what we're talking about, by the way, is adults have a lot of well, we experience things differently as we grow up. Yeah, she has great kids, by the way. So when it comes right down to it, these are some of the concepts that people carry with them, and then they'll disagree with each other because of these concepts. Does that work? Audience, you tell me. I'm trying to break it down. Normally I'm really heady. You all know that. So let's see what she actually has to say about this. Because she had a lot to say in the comparison. So one last time.
That's my mom subscribed to you.
What's that?
My mom subscribed to you.
Oh, okay. I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. More the merrier, and it's very helpful for the whole thing, because then the message gets out there and more people will watch, and hopefully people get an idea, and that'd be helpful, I think. Oh. All right. Come on back in anytime. This is the way I'm working.
And Stoicism are two contrasting philosophical schools of thought. Here are the main differences between the two. Goal. Hedonism places pleasure and happiness as the ultimate goals in life. It suggests that maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain is the key to living a fulfilling life. Focus. Hedonism emphasizes the pursuit of immediate sensory and physical pleasures as well as intellectual and emotional gratification. Outlook. Hedonism tends to prioritize personal desires and individual happiness without strict adherence to external moral principles. Attitude towards pain. Hedonism seeks to minimize pain and discomfort, prioritizing the pursuit of pleasure and gratification. Goal. Stoicism aims for tranquility and eudaimonia, flourishing, through the cultivation of virtue and living in accordance with reason and nature. Focus. Stoicism emphasizes developing inner resilience, self-discipline, and moral character rather than pursuing external pleasures or avoiding pain. Outlook. Stoicism encourages acceptance of external circumstances and focuses on what individuals can control, namely their thoughts, judgments, and actions. Attitude towards pain. Stoicism advocates accepting and enduring pain as an inherent part of life, emphasizing the importance of maintaining equanimity and emotional balance in the face of adversity. In summary, while hedonism prioritizes pleasure and personal happiness as the central goals, Stoicism emphasizes inner tranquility, virtue, and living in alignment with reason and nature. Hedonism seeks immediate gratification, while Stoicism emphasizes the development of moral character and resilience in the face of life's challenges. Hedonism. Stoicism.
That's pretty good. She's pretty good. Oh, here comes Stoicism. Sorry. You can do it. You can do it, Eva. I know you can. Oh, she gave up. She was like, meh, Stoicism. You read it. Okay, I'll read it. Goal. Stoicism aims for tranquility and eudaimonia, which is flourishing. Eudaimonia is a fancy word for flourishing, doing well, through the cultivation and virtue and living in accordance with reason and nature. Focus. Stoicism emphasizes developing inner resilience, self-discipline, and moral character. Oh, hey, what's happening? I've got a, is that a puppy in the corner? That's awesome. Rather than pursuing external pleasures. Speaking of which, since there's a puppy in the corner, let me, dancers! Dance! Oh,
I'm a cat.
Oh, you're a cat?
I'm a cat.
That's awesome. Yeah, my dancers are dragging me down today, I think, was what's going on. In fact, you know what? Let me pull out a better set of dancers that I absolutely know will dance. They will dance. Tiny dancer. So, Stoicism emphasizes developing inner resilience, meaning stronger on the inside, self-discipline. Oh, good deal. And by the way, you can, anytime I'm being patronizing or something, just be like, dude, come on, I understand. And I'm totally fine with that. Because sometimes you got to tell us. Because adults, yeah, very cool cat, by the way. I really need one of those for myself. I'm always jealous when I see Doobie, who's a character, an actual person who debates wearing, like, flying bananas and things like that. It's amazing.
I don't know who that person is.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. He's probably going to be a politician one day, though. So, which is even weirder, because he's normally a flying banana.
You gotta be the silent co-host.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you don't have to be silent. I will totally interact. He's totally fine. Unless of course, you know, it's about you guys. It's really about you guys. So goal is, where am I? Cultivation of virtue and living in accordance with reason and nature. So that's a fancy way of saying you get along with the things that you perceive are more important on the ground and don't worry about pleasure. Focus, as Stoicism emphasizes, developing inner resilience, self-discipline, and moral character rather than pursuing external pleasures or avoiding pain, just like I was saying. So Stoicism tends to go headlong into pain as a proof of validity or a valor signal. Outlook. Stoicism encourages acceptance of external circumstances and focuses on what individuals can control, namely their thoughts, judgments, and actions. Attitude towards pain, I can read it on the screen, I don't know why I'm looking down. Stoicism advocates accepting and enduring pain as an inherent part of life. In other words, Stoicism says, deal with it. So, you decide which one you'd rather. Hedonism or Stoicism? In summary, while hedonism prioritizes pleasure and personal happiness, the central goals, Stoicism emphasizes inner tranquility and virtue, and living in alignment with reason and nature. Hedonism seeks immediate gratification, while Stoicism emphasizes the development of moral character and resilience in the face of life's challenges. So, what does all this have to do with what we're about to watch? Folks, this is the argument between the two parties, and I think we should fully understand the terms that are going on in the background of the agendas, and I don't think people do. I think we're just kind of throwing punches in midair most of the time. And I think people like to use these terms. But I don't really know if people do understand what they mean. I think some do. But I really don't think there's a complete understanding of all these things. So, by the way, apparently Miss Millie got a new cat. I just was notified. Speaking of cats. Anyways.
I'm a cat.
You are a cat, and I appreciate that I have a very cool cat in the corner. That's actually the dopest thing I could say today, is that there's a cool cat in the corner. And all the adults in the room were like, damn, that's straight. So, I'm going to pull this up a little bit more central.
I heard one person say cool cat.
A cool cat? What's that? So you get to overwatch the chat,
I think.
by the way.
What?
You're going to watch over the chat now. So you're basically the master chat mod. What's that?
Oh.
So hold on one second. Let me pull this over, and then we can get the video rocking. So where we're starting today is with, first off, a clip. Let me pull this back to my clips page so we can get right on target. Right on target. Don't let it down. Red group. Yes, low system resources. What? You were fine 2 seconds ago. But I understand. Hold tight. And no, I will not go hardwired right now. What was just happening is called dead air. Dead air. Let's see if the dancers drag me again. I don't think they're. Oh, see? Just depends on which dancers. It's all about which union dancers you hire. These are a much better group. Generally better in time, better costuming. Connect.
World Cup.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I see what happened. I do. What just happened? Oh, I see what happened. No, I don't. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't know what happened.
What happened?
Oh, well, my computer, I forgot. I almost forgot you were here with me. Thank you my co-host is here. So, basically, the internet is telling me that it's low on resources, probably because I'm streaming at high rates over here. And I have multiple multiple pages. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm basically going to cheat. We've heard from Eva today, so instead of dragging that around... Oh, here we are. Close the load system resources, get to the clips page, and actually, I'm just going to close that page out because I could just use the same page that I'm on right now. So let's go to the U of tubes. There we go. Yep. All right. So, whatever podcast last night was host, and been waiting to be host to, the little blue guy in the box. And by little blue guy in the box, I mean the little blue hair guy. He's my height, but cameras do funny things if you don't put them in proper perspectives or make them look really, really odd so your thumbs are huge. And at this point in the game, I'm hoping you folks realize that I have now fully taken us to the way past the azure spheres into the fully engorged rouge sphere. Is that my show right there? It is. In the corner. That's how I get to the clips. Anyways. Gonna have to do some tech here, right in front of your faces. Not that I wasn't before, but So, last night, if you didn't know, there's a podcast that is about adults dating, essentially. And this podcast had, speaking of which, there is some language in this that may be inappropriate for children, as well as some behaviors and some conversation. This is it might be a little bit inappropriate. But that's your mom's call. And if she saw it with you or in the room, then you probably already actually seen the entirety of the material. But first and foremost, we're going to start today with the concepts behind the red pill and what is driving the background of these concepts and who these people are in their mind, in their behaviors, in their attitudes towards sexuality or the opposite sex, and in general, why it is that why we're experiencing these things with them in general. And I think it's good to understand the people, because we can't just dismiss them. That would be wrong of us all to dismiss essentially the folks who are telling us the issues. Oh. Let's see. Oh, hey. Huh. Interesting. What is driving? Huh. All right. So that's locked down, and this is locked down. I am going to have to do something interesting, which is called a quick change. And I'm going to bring it back to someplace else, because as you all know, I have backups to backups to backups. Because ain't no one gonna break my style.
When it comes to relationships, what does it mean when people say men are supposed to lead? Men are supposed to lead, supposed to provide, supposed to be there to protect, and to, by all means, be there for their lady.
Wouldn't that make men more accountable?
Friendly, submissive, cooperative nature, and for us to maintain that, the men must be able to provide, protect, and to lead.
If women are the ones who determine that men should lead, wouldn't that mean that women are really the ones in charge?
Not necessarily, because men built the world that women live in.
How can men lead if it's by women's terms?
because the men are the people that go out. They're the hunters. We're the wolves. We're the person that go on the front line. The women are there to nurture us and to hold it down for us emotionally.
So this is the
Men
mentality.
seek peace after going out to war.
If everyone wants men to lead, is it any wonder why most leadership positions are held by men?
Yes, that is true. I agree that most leadership positions are owned by men. Men and women are built differently. They operate differently. So it's understanding why the wage gap is the way it is.
So why do women complain about men being in charge when women wanted it that way?
Well, women have to make a choice. If they want to be independent, that's fine. But with feminism was something that's brought up to actually isolate and destroy relationships, not necessarily to construct and build them. Traditional relationships
getting their
and modern
mindset?
relationships are very different.
You catching
go
on?
ask a modern woman, how much does her man have to make for her to be with them? They hit a crazy, obnoxious number. Little did they know, what do they bring to the table? You usually hear silence.
So the mindset.
Relationships, are men more likely to be held to a masculine standard than women are held to a feminine standard?
Not in this generation. Actually, it's the reverse now. You're seeing a lot of women become more masculinized and a lot of men becoming more feminized because the women have chosen a path believing they can lead. My thing is this: if women want to lead and to be independent,
they have this
let's send them
idea.
out to war. Let's send them out to go. Let's send them out to war. Let's send them out to build buildings and build structure and provide those.
Because of course,
let's give them
women
the jobs,
have never done that.
Jobs, the HVAC jobs.
We don't live in the 21st century or anything.
What is more unrealistic, the masculine standards placed on men or the feminine standards placed on women?
What is more unrealistic? The masculine standards placed on men.
I apologize. I think my Zoom
Who
just
defines them?
dragged.
The women, I believe, would
And
define
dumped off.
them in a way because a woman's standards for what they want in a man is very unrealistic. Women have been conditioned.
So do you hear what he's saying here? Is they have a lot of contradicting.
When they realize that within their dating pool, half
No
of them
sweat.
don't fit that.
Yeah, I know
There's what we want, and
the
there's what
Zoom
we
just
qualify
actually
for,
dumped on
if
me.
that makes sense.
Do women's delusional expectations require men to set delusional goals?
No, as a matter of fact, the men just adopt the men go their own way. And if you notice right now with the evolution of the passport bros, men are going to other countries to seek traditional women. I mean, yes, the fact that those women are living below certain means,
to these folks,
the men do have an advantage of
who
being
have
able
this
to provide
idea,
at a better
who have
level.
this
However,
mindset.
if we're getting the cooperativeness,
It's essentially
submissiveness, the helping
everything.
him psychologically.
It's
and
the
that's what
only
we're
thing
going
that's
to do.
happening.
Women, I believe, this could be the generation. I don't mean any disrespect to any woman. This could be the generation. Possibly we see the most women die alone.
Why is our society pushing men to be hyper masculine while at the same time telling men that masculinity is toxic?
Because the masculinity is getting confused for controlling, getting confused for...
So he doesn't think that what he was just talking about was controlling. He doesn't think in his own mind that what he was saying is contradicting his wants. He thinks that these are rational beliefs to put on the table as if it's an either or. Yes, MGTOW is saying men go their own way. Well, we used to call that just being gay. So, which I think is perfectly fine. But I think this is a repressive. These men don't even understand their own ideologies. No, Lita. They do not understand their own ideologies. And in many cases, what I've been finding is that they're ingsoc. And let me get a couple things. Hold on a second. Look at his face. This is not about a person's background in this case. Although in some cases it is, because I think our ideologies, our religious beliefs, our upbringing, that makes a big difference about how we see the opposite sex, about how we see the environment around us, about the fear state we live in. And much of our ideologies get then filtered through this weird lens that we all do. We all make this lens part of us. And I don't know, that's kind of a weird thing. Although we've talked about this, and we know what this is. In agreement, two things happen with the group. We create the noble lie, because we must create a semi-delusional state of fantasy, a happenstance of common good, a serendipitous idea between us all to make stuff, okay. Palpably cool. Decent. Not completely shitty. And there seems to be a prevalence of one side who wants stoicism. And a lot of that comes from the idea that somehow, if you're stoic now, there'll be something for you in later. No, now. Later. Don't worry about now. Just go in pain now. It's later. You'll be okay. Critical thinking is a needed skill, yes. Which is one of the reasons why I started out with having Eva give us an explanation. I'm not gonna have her do that again. Although I really would just have her repeat it over and fucking over all night long if I could. You know. But we gotta get into it. So here's what we're gonna do. First. There we go. This really does need the slightly silly. First, we'll just give the groove. All right. Sorry. So we've heard what this gentleman had to say, and I just think he's a great spokesman for them all, because his critical thinking kind of lacking, honestly. I mean, I don't know you, sir, but you just told me a lot about you. And it's not that good. You think that everybody's against you. You think the world is crumbling. They think the world is crumbling. Is the world crumbling when we are literally in the best place we've been as a species in the entirety of our own human history? We are safer, more educated, more well-fed, more mobile, more in communication, more informed, more capable of critical thinking, more accessible to upward mobility. So, what I really think that people like this gentleman are saying is that they're scared of where we're going. You hear it. The music is just going to get sillier and sillier as we go along, because that's the whole frickin' thing here. Motherfucking silly people. Excuse me. It's people who have been carrying ideology since they were a kid, and they're sitting in echo chambers, screaming it at each other, just like we were told would happen. Which is crazy. Yeah, it's also, yes, Emily, absolutely. And what's even more interesting about what you're pointing out there is how, just as watching some of these content creators and having the echo of their own interests fed back to them is detrimental. And playing the video games and having those messages as they're in the games get fed back to them again over and over in this vicious loop of then only hanging out with a group of people, playing the games and living the life that is associated with that by the time people realize that they're in a cult, Well, it's too late. That's all they know. And a lot of these folks have grown up this way. It is brainwashing. And then they also provide Discord servers where they can hide. Yeah. And it gets really wild when you're talking about what I'm about to show you next, because we're looking at two of the greater vocal representatives of the current, or at least in the online community. I wouldn't say in the real world. Oh, good deal. Thank you. Yeah, this is one of those ones where, like, I could jog to this one. Kind of need to run away from this shit. I'll tell you that. All right. So, what happened last night was Whatever Podcast and Destiny, aka Steve-O Dose from Omaha, aka the Pog Boy, aka Star Fox Champion, aka guy who sits behind a screen, better with a B. Yes, Emily. Wow. Finally, somebody has said wow. Thank you. Nothing better than acronyms. I love acronyms. Wow. Plus, that's the sound I make. Wow. Sorry. I'm going to put that on a shirt now that so just because Emily said it. So one person said it, it should go on a shirt. Okay. So my hair is drying wide. I was going to get a haircut yesterday, but can I just leave my own property? No, I can't. It's not going to happen until I get someone to help me leave the property, basically. Jesus Christ. No, I gotta go. I gotta go to Texas later on next month. I got a bunch of things going on. So, anyhow, what I'm about to show you is a little blue-haired man talking to a very influential incel. And the first piece I'm going to show you is just the weirdness and the wildness going on. Yeah. Yeah, it's that kind of day. It's that kind of day. I'm telling you. This kind of day. It's the kind of day where there's a saxophone in here too. Because it kind of has to sound like Benny Hill. And in fact, you know what? Although I generally save this for Sunday ministry of the flying... What's another name? It's not bovine. It's for the flying pork. But I think today is pretty appropriate. Yeah, I think it's very appropriate for this music. Alright. In fact, the music's a little too appropriate. Let me turn it down a little. Because these guys are all weird on their mics. They don't use headphones. Brian is a weird dude. Weird dude. That's my personal take. You ready? Here we go.
Current relationship status? Are you single? Are you in the talking phase? Relationship?
So the reason I have this
situation
piece up, even though you can't see what's going on over in the corner that I want you to see.
Depending on the day. No,
Yeah, you get up in there. Okay, what I'm going to point out here is, first off,
Yeah, I guess the same. Yeah.
let me
how long was it? 3.5?
About 4.5 years.
Oh, 4.5.
It's been married for 1.5 years now.
Married for 1.5. Okay. What about you?
I'm single.
All right.
Single. Longest relationship?
Never had a relationship.
So why do I have this up here? Because I want you to pay attention to right in the beginning here.
Dated.
I'm going to play this
I've
back.
never been on a date either.
Never been?
I want you to watch.
Current relationship status? Are you single? Are you in the talking phase?
Right in here.
Relationship, engaged, married, whatever, situationship.
Did you catch it?
Situationship slash marriage.
Everybody see it? I'm gonna run it back and I'm gonna zoom it in because this is how weird
Probably about 4.5
these folks really are. There's something really odd
Say situationship
going
slash
on.
marriage, I guess, depending on the day. No, yeah, we're married. We've been
Engage. Video. And sneak it. That was a good show. And also, I just want to pay you a compliment or two. I've seen a ton of your videos. And
So I'm zooming it in now so you can see this much more clearly. And this is where we're starting because the circus is in town, folks. Wow.
Current relationship status? Are you single? Are you in the talking phase? Relationship, engaged, married, whatever, situationship.
I say
I'm uncomfortable.
Situationship slash married, I guess, depending on.
Paula Gray! Oh my gosh, Paula Gray! What's happening? Welcome. Did we all catch that? Do you want me to read it back again? Because that's some weird shit.
No, yeah,
Is she's reading the script,
Engaged, married, whatever, situationship.
but there's no
I
script.
say
Current relationship status? Are you single? Are you in the talking phase? Relationship, engaged, married, whatever, situationship.
I say
Yeah.
relationship slash married, I guess, depending on the.
Oh, thank you, Paula. Yes,
married,
yes.
we've
The
been
subs have been slowly moving, and there's a couple who keep like adding themselves and taking themselves off, adding themselves and taking themselves. Yeah, Lee, am I wrong? I had to run it back several times last night when I was like, did I just? Okay, it's here, so we're gonna just embrace it. Sorry, and the music matches. There we go. I'm Pearl over here. I'm Pearl. God, don't say that. Sorry. My hair, I need a haircut. That's going to happen tomorrow. Taking the dog to the bed, getting myself a haircut. That's personal, though. Anyhow, let's watch it again.
About 4.5 years.
'Cause that's fascinating shit.
Yeah, I guess the same.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. Okay. How long was it? You said 3.5?
About 4. No.
Relationship, engaged, married, whatever, situationship.
First off, why she got the Kaiser helmet on?
Current relationship status?
Because this is the second episode she's had the Kaiser helmet on.
Phase, relationship, engaged, married, whatever, situationship.
Like, and second,
I say
why is she just like there in the frame, like? No, I meant my hairstyle. My hairstyle was going Pearl, but I've bathed with a washcloth and everything, and a loofah. I do both because self-care. By the way, yes, shorts. That's right, shorts, people. I wear pants. You'd be surprised. I do have a lower half. All right. Yeah, no, definitely not Pearl. Just the hair. Just the hair. Just, you know, that stuff. Anyways. Oh, they just dragged me. Holy mackerel. Paula! Awesome. In fact, you know what? I apologize, Paula. Where is it? Where is it? On this one. I have the 3 fingers. Woo, too loud. I have the 3 fingers and I have the Sunday special. There we go. That's this whole entire... Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's the even weirder thing. What is she doing there? Is that his token? Is that his girlfriend? What is Brian really doing in the background? Now, this agenda and interest really does matter because of the behaviors of the guests, the behaviors of the co-hosts, behaviors of people like Chase, and then if you notice in his chat, oh, thank you, Paula. If you notice in his chat, they've changed the images of the memberships to military insignia and stripes, and he's using military terms like scuffed on a regular. So I believe these are things. Yeah, Brain needs to find. I missed this earlier. Brain needs to find a new career. He's a husband type trying to play the ladies' man. Yes, and he worse than that. So he is one of those dudes that you'd just expect would do well, but because of his actual temperament being absurdly OCD, you can see it in the behaviors, his readjustment, his uncomfortable behavior, the way he can't take pushback. That's why he doesn't take part until he's drawn into the conversation. That's why he likes the mystery. And the number 7, he has some interesting picadillo. And it's some things to take note of. But I want to play this one more time.
A situationship / married, I guess, depending on the day.
Because, yeah, this is like some GIMP stuff. This is like some...
But, one question, have you ever taken the Nike test?
Never.
Hold on, get back there. You roll back.
Endorse it. Can we
Yeah, what is she doing there in the Kaiser helmet?
Got it.
She's just sitting back
yeah,
there
go for it.
in a Kaiser helmet,
I'm the mystery. The mystery.
Wow.
But if
staring at the
I
camera.
want to know. Yeah, I'm curious.
hi,
Can I
I'm
guess?
my age?
Yeah.
Go for it.
29.
No.
What?
34.
Oh, cool.
Just turned.
So he's 34.
So much younger.
Leader.
Brings
He's
out
not in
the,
his 20s.
Yeah, but thank you. I guess that's a compliment. Yeah, I just
And he
turned
has a
34.
hard time dating.
And I had a couple questions for you, Destiny. So, Destiny, you prefer Steven.
Call me Steven.
Okay.
And by the way,
Unless you
let me
were
just
supposed to.
point out
Yeah, by the
something.
way,
He also
we're
has a website that he put up called BLM, and it stands for Big Lady Bia Matters. And if you don't think that's a dog whistle and a joke of playing two things against one another, then you're probably as confused as his audience is. Because his audience doesn't get it either. I did. Because there is a very interesting thing about one side of the panel. I hope you'd notice. But yeah, see? Consistently agreeing cat. And the cat's white. He agrees. A lot of white on this side of the... I feel uncomfortable because I'm over here. Sorry.
About this before the show. So
34, his
and
frontal
I
lobe has
feel
definitely
honored that you did this.
developed.
You left a super chat on
Yeah.
2. One was accidental.
Yeah.
And that's your first time super chatting.
Yeah,
ever
because super
on the
chatting
channel.
sucks.
So that's
it's so
that's a
hard if
pretty big
you don't
endorsement.
realize
We
that
say
you
that
there
Destiny
isn't a second
endorses
window
whatever
to
font
type
that
it.
is.
So
Anyway.
triggered by your episode.
So
that I was
triggered.
slamming my keyboard trying to figure out how to throw money at you. Yeah, if that's an endorsement. You got it.
I heard it from the bedroom.
Yeah.
What was the super chat?
Okay, so just a little side note.
Guys,
There's actually video of this, and I've been gone looking for it because I saw it when he tried to do this. He was streaming on Kick at the time, and oh my gosh, he got so ticked because he sent like $100 to the super chat, and you just sent $100 to him. He's like, damn it! So he couldn't send a cheaper one second. He had to send another 100. Oh, she was hilarious. Anyways, oh, do I have a caller? Did the caller come back? Hold on. No. Anyway, so let's move on. I just wanted to share that absurdity right at the beginning because that's the timbre of the entire show. First off, let's talk about this fear set of sexuality and how there's this constant conversation about only sex and not interpersonal relationships on the show. It's always a concern of who does what, who has how many, what number is what. Oh, hey, thank you, Paula. Yes, don't forget to like and subscribe. I never talk about that until somebody reminds me to, because I just get right into the show and then try to take care of all the fires that... Hold on a second. That stuff. So, thank you, Paula, so much. I do appreciate that. Yeah, there is some interesting behaviors on this show, and this is one of them. It tends to be that they are really strangely obsessed with the whole what a person is doing with their body. What a person has on their body. What a person does behind closed doors. What? But the reason is, as we who are generally healthier sexually or have more emotional intellectualism or intelligence or just a greater sense of empathy, a greater experience level. Some of us, well, we don't wonder or worry about these things in this kind of fashion. It's not a negative when we ask. We don't ask with fear. And I also, want to point out that there's somebody on this panel that if you've never seen her before, I basically would say, and I said this before the first time I saw her, she is, she's kind of like Wednesday Addams in real life. And I don't know if she even knows that she is. It's hard to say. She is the epitome of a cognitive dissonance in a human being. Like the epitome of the double thought, the double speak, the self-contradicting lack of perspective that comes with so many of these folks who have lived their lives 100% online in the echo chamber, buying into the mental prison that each of us can make for ourselves, that we're here to break down, that is otherwise, as we always talk about, known as the obelisk. But in this construct, we're just looking at the stoicism. Yeah, it's the weirdest sex and slut shaming while they're being titillated and paying hundreds of dollars to simp for a man. Let me just break this down. They are paying a man to talk smack to attractive young ladies that they essentially in their chat, the chipmunk looking girl with the red rose, if I can make you laugh and giggle, I can make them cheeks clap and jiggle. That person spent $10 so he could send that comment because it's titillating. He's talking to this one up here who is self-proclaimed, you'll come to find out, autistic, although she just seems intolerable, insufferable. And so somebody told her what she wanted to hear, I think, or she was watching Ticks on Talks, which we come to see and find out now that creates social contagion, just like a lot of these mentalities. So who is this? This is Melania. Melania. This is Mel. This is Stephen Burnell II's wife. Although he was talking on stream about how they're getting divorced, so it doesn't make any sense. I think he was just being wry and joking, trying to get her to come out from the other room. Yeah, they'll turn around and say, you don't need a man. There's both sides of this argument, and that's my whole point. It's a contradictory system of thinking, so you'll pay attention to new things that replace old things in the vacuum. You won't even pay attention to the important subjects, or to the concepts of what hedonism means, Paula, and what stoicism means, and what their values are, or the interpolation of or extrapolation of the two, or any of those concepts. All those things get drowned out by the fight over left versus right. And on the left, you have what Aldous Huxley described as, well, sublimation, or giving way to the relaxation. And on the other side, you've got the fascist form. From the authoritarian, let's just give somebody else the power because I want to be subdued. I want to be high. I want to play video games. You take care of all that. I don't want to do anything. And why? How dare you ask me? Yeah, that's one side. That's the authoritarian side. Because then somebody comes into the vacuum and goes, oh, don't worry, I'll pat you on your back, you my little babies. And I am now the one voice. I am the everyman. Except the everyman, that side of the story, is actually the fascist now. And that's brought up by the Bryans, the alleged Bryans, who are more of the stoicists. Because that's what they've been told they need to be. Serious. Don't be anything but serious. And so at some point, maybe, if you're good enough, you'll get into something that you'll imagine that we're going to tell you about when you're a child, and you're going to carry it through your life, and you're going to pretend that it's real, because that gets you accepted into the group of people who say it's real. And that's really, truly the logic behind the other side. And I will actually express this for you in the videos coming up here. Now, we are fully on fire. We are fully in the burnt ember spheres. Our spheres are in burnt ember. They're on fire right now. And I'm just going to let it go now. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to get really deep into this. And what I mean by that is, this has just been the tantalizing little tidbits of the beginnings to build up the premise. Besides all the hoo-ha that goes into the beginning of my show anyways. Because nobody really starts watching until an hour in. Everybody knows this. I hope they know this. Alright. So, Brian, bi-curious? Why?
Is Chase your type?
Would you
Well,
chase
that'll be
Chase?
in the after show. We'll talk about
Visually.
that.
Is that a yes?
I only have like a guy. I only date women.
Wait. But you're attracted to men.
You
so
smash dudes, but don't date them.
We'll go with that, okay?
Okay.
is it off? Is it off limits?
Well, I don't know how much you want to fucking
Are
do
you a
erotic
bottom?
fan fiction here. For, like, if you want like details of my hookup experience with guys, we can do that if you want. I
You
mean,
gotta go to
but
his
we're on
OnlyFans to
YouTube,
get
so
that.
you know. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, we don't need certain details, but just getting
Destiny, are
some
you a
basic.
top or a bottom?
Hold on. So, Mel is about to, unfortunately, they'll learn the hard way. They can't live life alone. Money isn't everything, and you can't take the bag with you in the grave. Yes, Paula. And even worse, they don't think women deserve them because of the behaviors. They think women are their enemies. They are literally in MGTOW making an army of angry men who want, in their minds, the right thing to go back to, which, by the way, is an idea I think we all know failed. That's why it doesn't exist anymore. They want to go back to the 1950s. Why? Oh, because in their minds, men had all the control. It was all the power. That's a good time. And by the way, what else was happening in the 1950s? Oh, yeah. Only white people had power. And the 19th Amendment was kind of a, not a real thing. And civil rights hadn't happened yet. You're starting to get the idea of like what the message really is in the blanket from this side of the table. Oh, you don't know that Chase is a preacher, a pastor, a youth pastor, and he's got his own dating podcast? And you didn't know that the three people around the corner, they all have their own, platforms, and they talk about all these issues too? This is a vast group of people who are essentially non-dating, non-experienced, no sexual interest, and no knowledge of the self. And we'll get to what they really believe, but I just am bringing this up here, right here, because what we're looking at is a very strange behavior amongst them all. And I normally joke that, real manly men want to hang out with other real manly men, being real manly and sweaty and being sweated upon by other manly men in close proximity in the high seas. And when they massage other manly men, they feel more manly about massaging other manly. They're gay. And instead of just being open and happy about being gay, they're angry at themselves about thinking about other men or being bisexual or having anything outside of puritanical thought and stoicist behavior. And that's repressive. That's why they're deciding that anybody who has more sex than they've ever experienced or knows more than they do about their own body is somehow evil. And we'll get to that too.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Oh,
You can
sorry,
be
I went too
anywhere
far.
in the world.
I went
But
way
you're
too
here
far.
with me. I appreciate
Or
that.
did I?
We're coming
I
to
haven't
you live
gone
from
far
Santa
enough.
Barbara, California.
What about Chase?
Is Chase your type?
Would you
Visually.
chase
Well, that'll be
Chase?
in the after show. We'll talk about
Visually.
that.
Is that a yes?
I only have like a guy. I only date women.
Wait.
Oh,
but
you
you're
won't
So the
attracted
reason they're
to
trying to
men.
get this out of him.
Don't date them.
We'll go with that, okay?
By the way,
Is it off? If is it off
it's
limits?
because it's well known that
Fucking
he's a
erotic
bisexual.
fan fiction here. For,
So they're
like,
trying
we
to
want,
make
like,
it as if
details of my
something's wrong with
hookup
it.
experience. The guys are, we can do that if you want. I mean,
gotta go
that's-
to
but
his
we're on
OnlyFans to
YouTube,
get
so
that.
you know, I don't know.
I mean, we don't.
And by the way, Wednesday Adams up here.
Destiny, are you a top or a bottom?
Thank you,
we don't-
Mary.
Yeah, we're not. We don't have
No,
to
no.
So what I find very interesting is that Wednesday, who's 20, 21. Yeah, youth pastors. I mean, you said it, Lena. Maybe, you know, I mean, we tend to see that there's some commonality towards those folks who specifically put themselves in power positions and in authority positions who aren't, you know, chosen by the group and said, hey, we'd really like you to come influence and be a mentor. It's when, oh, I'd like you to be your mentor and you should know, I know everything. Yeah. And we got a great example of photographer, professional photographer and marketing specialist up here. And I suggest you go take a look at his page and his Instagram, because that's what he's talking about. These are the photography is his Instagram. And boy, it's interesting what's on there. Anyhow, you can take a look at that later. Find out about him on your own. I've already taken a look for you if you want to look. I've never had an orgasm, but that lasted 24 hours. If I did, I would be dead. There's more to life than the physical. People need rounded relationships. Absolutely, Paula. One of the greater missing components of their conversations is the interpersonal skill side, how they can actually get along. And a great example is this one down over here and this one right next to her. They are two examples of the women and men, as well as her. They're great examples of what's going on that side of the table. Self-absorbed, stoicist, angry, cynical, not very informed, and ready and willing to just make no sense. Act as though they are, well, self-absorbed, and then have cognitive dissonance and tell everybody else that they don't know anything. So keep your eye on Wednesday Adams up here. She's an interesting one who is so very sure of herself, despite the fact that she has no reason to.
Are you sure that this is the only side of the table that's bi? I mean, you're intimately familiar with
there's a lot of guys that are really
You
into
don't know if he's a top or a bottom.
Oh, you know, just like curious, you know.
Am I your type?
What?
Yeah,
Am
you're
I
bi-curious.
good? Can we do it later?
It's like
I
very
mean, like,
interesting. You put on the wig and everything.
never say never.
You said it was a lot of
Never say
tension
never.
earlier as
Keeping
well,
it
you
open
know?
mind.
Yeah.
I respect that.
But I mean, he already rejected me, so I kind of like.
I didn't reject you.
Oh.
I'm more like a personality. I'm like a
Fucking
sapiosexual,
go.
you know? If you impress me intellectually, then.
Well, that's not going to happen because I spill over my words.
Have you tested your IQ, Brian?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've tested.
English is my second language, so my articulation's pretty poor. Oh shit! Thanks, man.
$300 somebody sent him.
Thank you.
$99.01. Brian, I started watching a month ago. Your social experiment has convinced me to stop sleeping around, which was a big part of my life, and focus on the one woman I know I want to marry. I'm thankful for your platform. Keep growing. Texas forever.
So you see what?
Yo, Base Burner, thank you for the big TTS.
Yeah,
man. Really
they
appreciate it.
do.
Glad you enjoy the
They do,
social
Paula.
experiment.
Yeah, 10 years they're gonna start to have a problem. A couple years in any relationship they're gonna start to have a problem.
Just the show.
To the show?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's a social experiment, but I suppose you could frame it in
You
that
probably
sort
call
of
it
way.
that. Yeah.
Or
I'd say that's
because
fair.
I also did like social experiments like that.
So you notice Chase is always trying to control the show, and that's not accidental
I'd be
because
curious-
Brian lets him do that.
We don't usually feel bad about it because we're doing something together generally.
So it doesn't create insecurity for you guys at all?
I mean,
You're
as much
totally
insecurity as like any
secure?
like normal relationship. Like there might be times. The only time I think that insecurity comes creeping in is if there are other problems in the
Let
relationship.
me roll this back just a little bit because the way they're talking about
usually if I'm going out to
is
do something,
the fact that they have a Mel and he have a poly open relationship.
When
And let
that
me
happens-
describe the panel, by the way. So the panel goes from the puritanical all the way through to whoever the heathens are. That's essentially what the panel is. So.
Like, did you feel comfortable with it based on the amount
Yeah,
of
generally, if
communication?
this is the way that I approach it. If I'm gonna hook up with somebody, it's kind of weird if your partner is out like fucking somebody or hanging out with somebody in like a semi-romantic way, and then your partner's just like at home doing nothing. So
Right.
usually if I'm going out doing something, hopefully she's got like some other plans, and then vice versa. If she's got plans, then I've got plans. So no, we don't usually feel bad about it because we're doing something together generally.
So it doesn't create insecurity for you guys at all?
I mean,
No.
totally.
He's already said that. But Chase couldn't possibly understand that because Chase is a born-again virgin who's telling everybody that if you hold off on sex, you'll be better off, and that you don't need to know your partner that way. You can figure it out, and you should just know. You should just know. That's what he says.
Any like normal relationship, like there might be time. The only time I think that insecurity comes creeping in is if there are other problems in the relationship. So for instance, like if we're fighting a lot and then somebody tries to like hook up with somebody, then like that might cause people to feel a little bit weird. But like otherwise, no, it's just neither of us care that much about it. If we did, we wouldn't have a normal relationship.
I mean, I get turned on by it, so.
You get turned on by him hooking up with
Yeah.
other chicks?
Yeah. So you're a cuck.
Cuck
Yes.
queen.
So
Yeah,
immediately,
Cuck queen?
the virgin at the table, who looks like she passed away, a poly open relationship, somebody's feelings are going to get hurt. Well, see, that's the thing is in those relationships, yes, he sent $300 to lie about his sex life. That is the show. I saw somebody send $1,000 to send a single sentence that wasn't even typed correctly. These people are fanatical. They send money. It's like a mega church. Especially when you saw last night 23,000 people watching live. Most of them taking part in the chat. So much so that the chat was moving so fast, it was damn near impossible to read at some points. So, Paula, the interesting thing about their relationship is that they have managed to make it work somehow. And I actually know other people who've had a poly open relationship, but you know, it takes a certain kind of attitude, takes a certain kind of behavior, and they're very incredibly, almost uncomfortably open with one another. And I say that being as somebody who really believes in earnest honesty, but at some point there's a limit, and yeah, good luck to the next generation. Well, see, this is the thing is polyamory actually isn't new. This is actually an ancient old thing. It's only in the puritanical U.S., for the most part, that this is such a steadfast idea of the binary. So what they're doing is just something that the wealthy have been doing forever. All of the wealthy. Access gives you a different experience, by the way. And so they tend to make agreements about these things, and good partnership is good partnership because it's not about sexuality in all the situations, right? So, and they're, you know, they have their own issues, but, you know, they don't look at sex as the, at least in their case, as the end-all be-all, which is their point, actually, and why they're good for being on the show, and why normally I'm talking smack about the guy in front of this microphone, behind my little blue Dancy, doing the Running Man. So normally I'm talking smack about him, but he did a pretty decent job about cutting down things, but he also didn't push back very hard. He didn't really get in there, and he was trying to be smug and cynical, but it came off as agreeable. And he doesn't realize I don't think he realizes that his soft smug, which works in his bubble, to quote Brittany Simon, unfortunately, it's his little world. It doesn't work in this world where everything's more over the top. And they're really not the brightest folks. But anyways, Wednesday Addams is about to make a real... I mean, she looks like she's... First off, I'm sorry, she looks like a teenager, like she hasn't fully developed. And second off, she doesn't look healthy. Is that just me? It's a money grab. You had to join the channel for every chat. Yes, there was a huge money grab last night.
I guess
That's a term.
Exactly.
Um,
Wait, can I ask the
Yeah,
panel
it is
what
now.
the...
Which, by the way, I did another episode. However, most people in poly relationships are not rich in the case of these people. That's true nowadays. No, it's actually a reformative response. It's a snapback, and you know, don't forget those of us who are above 35 to, you know, my age, 48, 49. Oh my God, I'm 49. Stop saying I'm 48. I'm not a year younger. That's some weird shit, by the way. It's like my buddy's like, no, you will not go further. Your brain shut you down. No, I have now starting to understand where he was like, why didn't they say their real age? Yeah, they didn't remember. They didn't fucking remember. Anyway, however, most people in poly relationships are not rich, and this is actually true now. It used to not be. It used to be more a factor of access, and now, since metrosexuality and the thruple and the triple kiss you know, of MTV. It was popularized and allowed to be okay. So poly works for them because they both believe in that. Yes, exactly. It is an ideology that has to be agreed upon. It's a portion of interpersonal relationship that no matter what one believes, if you are communicative about it, more often, yeah, the sister wives, that is the extreme. That's some shit. Once you get past, by the way, just so you know, Muslim tradition has a very funny rule about 4 wives. Because it says, men, if you can figure it out, you get 4. But you gotta, there's a whole set of rules. Very deep rules. It's not just what everybody thinks is a free-for-all, you get a harem. No, that's wealthy people. In this case, the rule is very interesting because it's like, once you get past 4, it's not gonna work. Even the Muslim, even the Quran says that you get 4, and after that, it's just good luck. You're not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. And why? Because interpersonal shit. People get jealous just at some point, and that's just the truth. And once you start getting too wide an interpersonal scene, and the tree gets wide, as we've seen in any sex cult, these things fall apart. It's fun while it lasts, but somebody always does get their bait. In this case, they are a singular couple, and they're just swinging. We used to call it swinging. They're open to other people, but they're a solid couple. So I hate the fact that swinging got kind of thrown out the door because, oh, you're talking about, yes, Lita. Yeah, no, and it's not for me either. I would just not, honestly, I wouldn't advise it because it's really for a certain type of personality. It's a certain type of one. And yeah, okay, so the Wednesday Addams, she looks scary. She scares the fuck out of me. She's like, do you think she knows where her clip is? Where her little knob is? I think she's afraid of the knob. Or it's the opposite. And she's just, yeah, no, Paula, you know, most of us are naturally like that. Yes. I won't call you selfish. I am fully about like, no, me and you, I ain't trying to fucking interpolate any of the rest of that shit. In fact, I think they're courageous and brave in some way because it's like, goddamn, that's challenging shit. Most of us have enough issues. Yeah, I'm really trying to add an extra hole in my head so I can breathe better. What? No, I mean, like, so I feel you. I do feel you. But I also am somebody who believes that to each their own on many facets, so long as you're not hurting people. And in their case, they're loving on people, so they're clearly not getting hurt. And everybody knows, so. But
dating their relationship to this extent.
For me, I just genuinely don't know, so I'm going straight to the source.
Yeah, I
so
don't.
there's the funny thing. At least dude had the MLD, which is his name. Does she know where her knob is? No, she does not. Yeah, that's my question. Does she know where her knob is even? She probably is afraid of it in the shower. She has that look like she hasn't seen the sunlight. They keep her in a box or something. She grew up in a, I mean, like, and she's got the black paint. Now, mind you, she's a self-professed extreme Christian. This is what I'm talking about, the dichotomy, the contradictory behavior, and then the language, and then the belief systems. We're looking at Ingsoc, like we were talking about this weekend. Streamlabs, just always at the wrong time. What the hell? What the hell, man? Anyways, yeah, she is a great example of how Ingsoc seems to be a thing. All right, so we passed the bisexual. You got the idea. They're all about like
feel bad about
not knowing about
doing
sex.
something together generally.
So it doesn't create insecurity for you guys at all?
I mean, as much insecurity as like any like normal relationship. Like there might be times. The only time I think that insecurity comes.
Yeah, it's much more of somebody who's more pansexual, who's more open sexually. Emily deleted stream elements. I need to turn him off. It's a thing I'd have to open up, and I'm not gonna. But yeah, in fact, it was supposed to change the name. I had a killer name, and now for some reason, anyways, I had a bunch of funny things that said I must not have set it up right. Anyhow, it probably does not work for super heterosexuals, like apparently all of us in here. Yeah, no, it just would not work for me. I would end up being like, so who you seeing? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? She an extreme Christian? Oh Lord, when she Paula Gray says she's an extreme Christian. Oh Lord, when she knows the truth about religion, God help her. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See, I also think it's like, remember I was saying, does she know where her knob is? It's either that or she's got the Toshiba out. Like, you know, the super powered one that making those big growling noises. Like her neighbors are like, what's going on? You chopping wood in there? I need like bags around my eyes, like 3 times deeper though, right? Holy shit. This little clip I called.
Feel bad about it because we're doing something together generally.
So it doesn't create insecurity for you guys at all?
I mean, as much insecurity as like any like normal relationship. Like there might be times. The only time I think that insecurity comes. He's like, so you're bisexual. I think you asked me, right? You fuck guys in the ass if you take dick in your ass. I'm like, Jesus, that's a really so did you ask if I was a top or bottom, right? That's essentially what you're asking, right? Which is fine.
By the way, like, talk about cognitive dissonance and a liar and not being self-aware. I didn't ask that. I didn't ask like a little kid. Hold on a second. Like a little kid. It's the weirdest shit ever because this is an adult, technically. Although I am starting to think that there is validity to saying that adults have to pass a certain level of, behavior. Like, maybe you do need to not be a virgin to be an adult. Right? Because to me, I see a group of little boys playing men. Still having the same conversations of virtue signaling that little boys have, young men have, prepubescent or pubescent men, growing into things, thinking that all of these valor points and validation signaling make sense to anybody outside of your teenage years. Meanwhile, they have literally not progressed. None of these people have emotionally progressed. You haven't heard from this one yet. I don't know if I got a clip of him, but you've heard from her. Now, she doesn't even want to admit that what she said was she asked whether he was a top or bottom in a cynical fashion, and she got called out. She can't even admit that she said that. I didn't say that because you didn't use the specific word that I did. That's called cynicism. She doesn't even know what that is. She's one of those ones that brings back the Toshiba and says, it didn't work. And meanwhile, it's got the whole side caved in. Yeah. I know about that.
You're allowed to partake in it?
In broad speaking terms, as long as people are exercising or practicing some sexual thing that's between them and it's not hurting anybody else, in general, I think it's probably okay for people to do that. Yep. If you want to have like a pure monogamous relationship, if you want to be abstinent until you get married or whatever, and that's how you want to explode, I think that's totally fine.
That's fine.
But it seems like people from some backgrounds find that they can be incredibly judgmental of other people's like sexual exploration, which is really weird to me because they'll get like really fixated on it. Well, like I've never had a
Yeah, it's really weird to me that these people who are so abhorrent about sex, who are so concerned about sex, are so obsessed with sex, right? It kind of seems weird, doesn't it? Kind of seems counterintuitive. Kind of seems like, thought speak? I mean, it's literally 1984 shit. And you are looking at the face, the actual face, and I'm going to back this up with legitimate evidence. You're looking at the actual face. She thinks she's cute. She thinks she's funny. By the way, this person has never done a workout in their life. There's nothing wrong with a little belly. I like a little chunk. Extreme Christianity just means chronic masturbator. Alita, the sex police. Hold on a second. Hold on. By the way, just because you said this, just because you said that, let me get back to it. Hold on. Where does she say it?
The morality police? What are you?
Go, Lovloon. Kalea.
I go on the dating apps, and I'm like one of the rare dudes that's doing the fucking reverse finesse because I invite girls to be on the show.
By the way, that guy sitting next to Homegirl was your boyfriend.
Sure.
Baby blue. So, yeah,
but here's the difference: is there's like one of me and like a sea of women who have Instagram, who have OnlyFans, who are using these apps to like try to secure customers.
What about all the men who use?
Anyways, that's another episode I did before. So, but because you said sex police, it was like, oh yeah, what are you, the morality police? Exactly. Lob said it. Love said it straight to him, and he got smashed, which is actually one of the reasons why we see the man with the blue hair on here. So, sad girl, contrarian, virtue signals, chases the alpha drunk guy, chase slam by Steam of Omaha, sexual intellectualism makes Guipers uncomfortable.
Like, so you're bisexual. I think you asked me, right? Do you fuck guys in the ass? Do you take dick in your ass? I'm like, Jesus,
I did
that's
not
a really
say
so
that.
did you ask if I was a top or bottom, right? That's essentially what you're asking, right?
Here's
Which
the other thing:
fine.
is you
I don't
notice
care,
that like children, they respond like children to him using adult language. I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. You just didn't use the words.
Dealing with it. But it's interesting to me that based on my lifestyle, I'll get like these really explicit questions. I feel like if you're in a more traditional relationship, if somebody asked you that, you'd be like, "Whoa, that's like way over the line." Which I think is just an interesting
There's
observation.
probably questions that we could ask the monogamous people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you were very
harsh.
offended by that, I guess.
What?
By me asking.
There's nothing you can say that will offend me. I promise.
Do you notice how she just deflected away from what he was asking and putting out there? She ignored what was being said. She didn't even hear it. She's waiting to speak, actually, it sounds like. So this one right here, I don't think she even understood what was being said to her. So let's run it back real quickly. And hear it one more time, because we heard it, I know. I heard it, but I don't think she did. So just in case she ever sees this.
And I don't care, like, the explicit questions are fun, and I'm used to dealing with it. But it's interesting to me that based on my lifestyle, I'll get, like, these really explicit questions. And I feel like if you're in a more traditional relationship, if somebody asked you that, you'd be like, whoa, that's, like, way over the line. Which I think is just an interesting
There's
observation.
probably questions that we could ask the monogamous people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you were
really
very
harsh.
offended by that, I guess.
What?
Oh, she said, oh, you were very offended by that, I guess. No, that's not what she asked you. That's not what they're saying. They aren't offended at all. They don't give a damn. They can talk about their sexuality. You're the one who's offended from the get-go. You just responded with deflection, so not only are you offended, but you're pissed now because your point has been undone. So, $10, Life's Edge Art sent, it's a cuck behavior having a different kind of relationship will bring questions. Because they're concerned about what other people think about their own relationships and what's going on behind closed doors. On a dating podcast, shout out Chase, Mary, Billy Ray, and Kaiser the Third in the back. Because, by the way, if you go back in the chats, anytime somebody mentions Jewishness or anything that's outside the Christian belief, the whole chat blows up into crosses, which, would be fine if we didn't know that also this is directly associated with white nationalists. How do we know that this is directly associated with white nationalists?
By me asking.
There's nothing you can say that will offend me.
Look,
I
I
promise.
think people ask questions about your relationship because I would say the vast majority, they don't think that it's normal or conducive to a flourishing long-term relationship.
Oh, there's that word, flourishing. Why? Oh, it's under the definition of stoicism. She's literally trying to portray stoicism and talking about it as her root premise.
Fine.
Especially a marriage, because they
Sure.
think it's fundamentally humiliating to a man to not have sexual exclusivity with his wife.
And that's totally fine, but the way that the questions are phrased...
Somebody sent 40,000, whatever her cop is. Let's talk chimichanga dancing, Blondie. No man in Latin America will allow his girlfriend, wife, on the whatever Pascal with any unknown guy in a club that will start a fight here, and I'm saying it with knowledge, a Latino giga chat. So now, being a chat is a good thing for these guys. Literally turned what used to be a negative into now they're owning it, so it's positive. That's a little scary. I don't know about y'all.
Earlier was, I'm just curious. But it's not a curiosity.
I didn't say that, but...
Sure, that's fine. It's not an actual curiosity.
I'm critical.
That's fine, yeah. There's a normative loading of, like, you're doing something that I don't approve of, and now I'm going to question you on it. Which is fine, but, like, if we want to get into that, then we can get into that.
If we want to get into that, we can get into that, but the real truth of what he's saying is at least be honest about your fucking agenda and stop denying the fact that what you really want to ask is what's going on sexually because you don't understand it, because you're repressed. Yeah, that chat, Lita, was moving fast as light. And there was 23,000 people in there. So how one even keeps up with any of that, I don't know. That's why the TTS, that's why he turned, and he was making money last night. That was a $10,000 night for them, easily.
Well, I mean...
Rather than like, oh, well, I'm just curious. Like, does it bother you that somebody else might, like, come on your wife? And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know.
Things that you would never, by the way, and the point is things you would never ask a binary couple. So why is it okay to ask a couple who's non-binary? Oh, because they're an other. And I want to point out something, that this same behavior was done from white people to black people and Asian people and Jews and Italians and Irish and Catholics to Protestants and Protestants to Catholics. Yeah, 23,000 people watching this fucking mess. Taking advice from these people. Think about that. Taking advice from these people. I'm concerned. We all should be.
The disapproval does exist, but the
well, I'm not projecting because these two at least have explicitly said it right.
Yeah,
so it does exist.
I just
it's
not
necessarily
that the questions are rooted in disapproval. It's more just that like your guys' relationship dynamic is it's a taboo in society, so people are curious and have questions, right?
Well, I think
Paula Gray, you just hit it right on the Mickey frickin' head. And let me just give you the old 3-finger air horn and a bomb. There it is. Come on. You just nailed it on the head. 35 and under are talking about relationships, Paula Gray says. Most of them have never been in. And in terms of relationships, the ebb and flow. And this is Lita says most of them also have never seen a long-term relationship at all. Yes. So they don't even know how to deal with the arc of time. The interpersonal skill that it takes to get past the 3-year mark. Much less with friends. Most of these people don't have friends for longer than 6 months to a year because of the turnover and the ability to block and use Instagram. People, growing up, you had to just ghost in real life. Have an Irish goodbye. You know what that means? It means you just leave the party. You don't know, say something because it's rude. That's the Irish goodbye. Can also, it was more Scottish though, wasn't it? That was terrible. Whatever. Yeah, they're talking about shit they don't know because they don't have perspective. And that was the thing when I was speaking to, when I got that moment with Fuentes. That became immediately clear. He didn't fucking know shit. And when I say that, I mean he didn't know anything beyond the past 5 years, kind of. Which is insane. So that allows for revisionist history to flourish, to use her word. Yeah, YouTube is not a real place. On the other side of the screen is a performer who's well educated, who has a background in all kinds of different schools of thought, theory, science, practice, and capability. But I am still, at my root, a SAG-AFTRA card-carrying performer. And the reason that I may be more interesting than not is because I'm performing. And I'm honest. And I'm intermingling the two in a way that is very hard for some to understand. And I've been called disingenuous because I dare intermingle the questionable reality of Mimi all that. A little truth. A lot of truth. Some facts, ideology, maybe a little deprogramming through polyscopic implementation because this guy's doing it straight in your face with video games for 12 to 24-year-olds with his own server on Discord. That's all you have to, if one was really interested, if you really wanted to see what was going on and listen to the conversations, one could just easily go to Google and type in Destiny Discord. So you'd see destiny.gg or something. And anybody can get the invite because it's out there. You just press yes on the invite. Oh, no disrespect, Paula. I am constantly having that discussion with other freaking adults. I had to just tell people that this man is performative, that he has an arc, that I've had to find proof, which I'm still putting together the bigger arc of his story, so that we can also address him. but he's seemingly heard this story. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed in the last 2 weeks, in the last week and a half, some massive changes have been going on across YouTube. And peace, Emily. Thank you so much for being here. And I always appreciate my regular viewers. Emily being the very first viewer. I actually, Architect, one of my like first 10 subscribers was on here yesterday. That was amazing. I was like, oh my God, Architect, you're back. But no disrespect at all, Paula, by the way. And feel free to catch the replay. Emily, have a great night. Yes, Paula sends her love as well. And let me find the correct. I don't even have a correct goodbye. It's all kind of like dark. I'm sorry. I apologize. He was aggressively conservative. Oh yeah. Good night, Emily. Peace to the gods. The Geek Surgeon. Hello, Geek Surgeon. Welcome to the party. So glad to have you here. Hopefully you'll be interested in what we're talking about. We're at the point where we're basically expressing the left and right side of both of the extremes that seem to be so popular right now. And basically selling us all down the river to the right. It takes the view away from the fact that we're not even talking about liberal behavior anymore. We're talking about conservative behavior only. And that conservative behavior is just being taken as if, oh, the center right is liberal now. And let's call them liberal and let's be mad at them for that. Well, I would argue that we're actually looking at nothing different than what Aldous Huxley described in Brave New World on one side. On the left side, that'd be the side that allows for authoritarianism. And on the right, you've got the fascist side with Ingsoc, the Gilead folks, like on this side, on this panel. Religious, very fascist, and down to usurp people's rights.
You're curious. Well, I'm treating you as good faith. You're curious. Like these two at the very least. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being disapproving. But these two questions.
And by the way, where do I say that? It's because they express this a little bit later on in this video.
It's not like understanding or curiosity.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just gonna bully you for what you're doing in your life.
Fine.
Do you guys feel bullied by them?
I don't feel bullied. I love it.
Melina does a little bit.
No, it's just like negativity, not understanding.
Do you guys
not
want to
like
react
being
to the video
curious
in
or
question?
anything. It's just being like.
Yeah, if you want to watch it, we can
really
watch
fast,
it.
Yeah, Eric, can you work on trying to find what would be a
It was
good
posted on
keyword
Twitter
for
a
us
bunch.
to?
I mean, when you're
I don't
so
want to do
open
the.
about
Hold on,
it,
I don't want to do the
right?
video where there's like the music over it. I
Do
want
the
like
video with the music and the zoom if you want. Whatever you want.
copyright.
To do, okay?
Hello? Try to find just ABBA Destiny dancing video. While we do that, I just have.
Oh yeah, because I don't know if you guys know this. There's an ABBA video out today. I could pull it up, but it's not worth it. Where apparently in the DGG and the WL communities, if you haven't heard these things, just look them up. WL community and the DGG. You'll find everybody involved. All these folks up in it. The DGG are basically the members who are very devout watchers and viewers, and some of them are totally in disagreement with them, of Destiny. And others in the WL are the larger gaming community. It stands for WL, win-loss. And in this case, Streamlabs, and away we go, apparently. In this case, they're all represented there.
Andrew Tate's Twitter. Everybody's retweeting the video, so you can find it on there probably.
Wait, I'm kind of curious.
Oh, so the issue was that ABBA ballroom danced in the same room behind Destiny because ABBA ballroom dances. And Melania wanted to go back into ballroom dancing, which he had been. And he was like, oh, show me your stuff. So they danced behind them. Innocuous. Totally normal. In fact, really acceptable in these terms because that's your homie. He's dancing with your wife. There's nothing sexual about it. Nothing sharing. But because his audience is essentially, in their mind, adolescent, they aren't very grown up when it comes to emotional integrity or intellectualism or intelligence or empathy or sense of non-clinical ideas, because that's the only thing that seems to get them excited.
Like, what do you guys have like a general definition for it, or do you just say like, oh, I don't like that, it's degenerate?
I mean, I personally, I don't know about you guys, I would personally say off the cuff things that like degenerate the stability of society, right?
Things that are contributing to the fall of the West.
Yes.
Okay, but
So, like, give some examples, Chase.
Yeah.
So did you hear what she said? She said homosexuality is contributing to the fall of the West. So what somebody does in their bedroom, and peace to you, peace to you, geek surgeon. So what somebody does in their bedroom, oh, that's more important. The minute or the minority, that's destroying America. Boy, I've heard this somewhere before. Where have I heard this? Oh, immigrants. Oh, and black people. Oh, and Asians. Oh, and Italians. Oh, and Irish. These people would lose their minds if the internet was shut down for 72 hours. Then they would have to deal with the real world. Paula, that is 100% true. And we're seeing an incline in all of this because COVID happened. So they got to go home, sit at home, and they psychologically broke down. We see it. Look at Wednesday Addams trying to speak from a place of authority because she has an idea in her head and she thinks snarky cynicism is an actual valid position. It's one of these things I see constantly that, oh, if I slam my fist on the table and I say it in a snarky manner quickly, that's more valid than you making an entire complete premise and backing it up with proofing and then making a summary because I can't stand 4 or 5 sentences. Yeah, that's what's on this side of the table, by the way.
This is still a very
What'd you
general
say?
definition.
Give some examples.
Examples of degeneracy.
Examples of degeneracy, I would say like women getting ran through in their 20s. I think polyamory is degenerate. No offense.
Except
it
it
has
I love how these people are so cognitively dissonant. I think polyamory is degenerate, but no offense. Actually, you were just offensive, sir. You can't say that afterwards. That just makes you an asshole. You know you're an asshole. Accept it. Grow up. Take it. Either own it or learn how to not to do it. And that's the problem, is what we're looking at is INGSOC behavior. What is INGSOC? That is the controlling party in 1984. You're looking at party behavior, cult behavior, looking at a behavior of folks that'll convince themselves of anything other than to take part. They will demand that things change, that things are falling apart, despite all the evidence, because what they want is a return to 1952. Look at that. He's literally wearing a beaver outfit. As in, father knows best beaver? Take a look. I mean, you can look at the pictures. Take your time. It's crazy.
To be widespread throughout society, I think it would really tear and rip at the fabric of society and things would fall apart very quickly.
Isn't it like
Hold on.
20%?
So he thinks that if all this was allowed somehow, that the entirety of society would fall apart. But history doesn't agree with him. They don't even agree with themselves, to be frank with you. It's kind of wild.
Examples of degeneracy.
Examples of degeneracy, I would say like women getting ran through in their 20s. I think polyamory is degenerate. No offense. I think it has if it was to be widespread throughout society, I think it would really tear and rip at the fabric of society.
Except polyamory was the norm until the 17th century. And in fact, polyamory was more common because marriage was uncommon and held for people who had money. C-19 gave birth to emotional warfare, Paula Gray says. People were bottled up with emotion. YouTube gave birth to Look at Me, both for the negative and the positive. Yes, indeed. And when did we ever heard of the term valor signaling before the last couple of years, Paula? That's a whole new social contagion. Look at me, how important I am. How important I am for canceling you. How important I am for knowing something. How important I am for saying something. How important I am for how important I am. That's why I keep saying I'm not a leader or anything. I'm just sharing what is obvious. So I always roll the footage. I try to roll it in its complete form because you can only know what you experience. And even then, one has to question it. So they think that their experience is the only one. They have no experience outside themselves, and their responses are all adolescent responses. They're all the knee-jerk women. I'm sorry, it didn't come up on the other side. Hold on, let me just. There it is. Women also lead in poly relationships. Yeah, they do. I mean, well, women lead. I don't know. Well, they'll talk about this. So there's a logic to patriarchy that women actually lead the patriarchy, because men only provide what is necessary, so that then the decisions are actually being made by women in the home, and the grift of the situation is that men are pulling the wool over their eyes to believe that they're in charge. And I would tend to agree with that in real life. I think we all know that there's something to that. That patriarchy is a nice way to be like, yeah, good boy, you're in charge. But see, the problem is now we talk about patriarchy as if it's some system of oppressive rule, when it's literally got benefits for both sides, as well as so does the matriarchy. Both sides have benefits and negatives, just like the rest of life. But when we look at them from only one angle and then decide that somehow the whole world is a monolith and has to be, or else it can't exist, what we're really saying, folks, is that we're afraid. We're afraid of change. We're afraid of the ideologies beyond our own. We're afraid of anything that doesn't look like us. And what is that actually? That's fucking xenophobia. That's not cool. Xenophobia is not cool, because that's a fear of others. And that's not specifically just bigotry, although it is a form of bigotry. Bigotry tends to be racism, about race, but bigotry can also just be the hate of others for the sake of others, and xenophobia, the fear of others, well, that's an illness. And that's what I think it is, because social contagion describes an illness.
Fall apart very quickly. Hold on. Homosexuality, transsexuality, and then stuff like alcoholism, addiction, all these kind of things.
So he's just related, by the way. I want to just hold it. Oh, did you just get that? This young man, with literally, probably very little, I'd gather, life experience beyond what he has allowed himself to have, which seems to be pretty limited, has decided that alcoholism and drug abuse is the same as homosexuality and transsexuality. I want to run that back so you catch it again, so you can understand the limited and adolescent juvenile mindset of the lack of perspective and the lack of even knowledge of self, or anybody else. And that's causing a xenophobia.
This is still a very
What'd you
general
say?
definition.
Give some
Examples of degeneracy.
Examples of degeneracy, I would say women getting ran through in their 20s. I think polyamory is degenerate, no offense.
But not men.
I think it has if it was to be widespread throughout society, I think it would really tear and rip at the fabric of society, and things would fall apart very quickly.
Hold on.
Homosexuality, transsexuality, and then
facts. How many YouTube channel blew up during C19 where people looking for a place to belong?
Okay.
That's how I would.
Place to belong, because most were not capable of dealing with their own bullshit. Yeah, when lockdown hit worldwide, absolutely, and boy, did it get quiet for a while. I don't know if you guys felt that, but it was super quiet for a while. Yeah, certain channels blew up. And Kevin Samuels did very well for himself. And that message that he basically took from Rollo Tomasi and intermingled the language of Sunday, gospel church, and the high value man, and the mega churches, the high value life, and the God's reward for those who are God's children. Well, that message got propelled and split up real quickly. Which is why Rollo Tomasi couldn't explain what a high value man is, because that's not his fucking terminology. He's just been abusing it after the fact. Because, of course, everybody loves what the black community creates. People just don't like to give it credit, though. Either way, it's a fucked ideology, wherever it came from, and how it got perturbed, and how it got disturbed, and how it got turned into what? Oh, yeah. Red pill, black pill. Pill. Bullshit pill. But I digress, as usual.
Your definition of degeneracy is basically if everybody did it, then society would fall apart, and that's why it's degenerate if just one person does it.
It's degenerate for both society at large and also for individuals, right? Like homosexuality, for example, there's a lot of homosexuals that have early mortality because of the diseases that are associated with homosexuality. You could also say the same for people that have, do rampant fornication, get STDs through that. It's degenerate for the individual as well, and it starts to.
So you realize he just also associated sexually transmitted diseases to homosexuality as well as alcoholism and drug use. So this fool doesn't know that 1/3 of the population of the earth is homosexual in one way or another, or has a differing sexuality than binary. 1/3 of the earth. It's billions people, if you do the math. It's about 2.6 billion. So I'd have to say it's probably a little more usual than socially destructive. Which, just let's talk about it. When's the last time you saw a homosexual? When's the last time you saw somebody, which I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but yeah, sounding jazzy, you're absolutely correct. Sounding a bit like Nick Fuentes, that's correct. You can get an STD from anywhere and anybody. Yeah, in his mind, heterosexuality does not include STDs, especially if you only have sex with one person. Like in his mind, just because that person told you something means that they couldn't possibly, and if you're Christian, you couldn't possibly. So I hate to get down that road, but yeah, their mutual exclusivity in their mind matches their lack of ability to see the gray, to see the many shades, or to have an adult mentality of adding in the complex reasoning, comprehension, and or bigger story. The meta is hard for these people. They don't want to deal with the meta. They love the minutia, because if they have to deal with the meta, then they have to admit that their limiting view, their actual lack of understanding, well, is a lack of understanding. And cognitive dissonance must fucking suck for these people. Let's just say that. And with that, hold on a second. Let me add the high camera. Oh, it's behind the, hold on a second. There it is. There it is. Where's the high? I call it the high camera because, it's up at a higher plane. It's like actually up there. And I've got it closed in, so it's all weird. Anyways, who the hell has sex with one person in 2023? Paula? These folks up above us. That's what they're selling to their audience. Just meet someone. And by the way, I'm going to bring it up here in a minute, because there's lots more clips to be had. Let me see. Where is it? By the way, they're called Goypers. Guyper. Right-wing Christian nationalists. Most people are not faithful, and that's part of the recognition of the polyamory of that couple, and also the access of, what the wealthy people have normally done is to realize we have a lot of access, so let's just be honest with each other, talk about it. And it's really about having a healthier mindset, to be frank with you. It's about being open and honest with oneself and your partner, and most heterosexual binary couples should learn something from that, because people would have a better sex life, people would have a better interpersonal life, and because sex is just one part of it. It's an important part, but it's just one part. As we all know, anybody who's an adult, an actual adult, knows that the valor and the validity of being somehow chivalrous because you saved yourself means fucking nothing when you're 40. It means nothing when you're 30. It means nothing once you're past 21. Oh, my Lord is correct. That's correct, Jazzy. Oh, my Lord. And, hold on a second. Let me see if did I finish this off?
What do you think?
I think the issue is, I could be wrong, but I don't know if OnlyFans girls saying that OnlyFans is destroying the world. But the Tates seem to believe that OnlyFans is destroying the world, that like men simping for women are. So when you engage in that industry, it seems a little hypocritical. I'm not saying that running a cam business is wrong, except when you do by sex trafficking. What I'm saying is that it's probably wrong to do that and then to come out later and be like, these are the worst things happening to society when you've been like one of the biggest players contributing to it.
Yeah, it's hypocritical. To get back to the question, is it bad for women to present femininity as doing OnlyFans and cam girl content, to reframe that a bit. A lot of girls that do OnlyFans.
Well, here's the thing, Jazzy. What is the ethic of sex? There is no ethic of sex. Interpersonal sexuality has a personal proclivity ethic. That's for ourselves. And then morality comes into play. So it's how we expect to be treated and how we expect others to treat each other and how we expect to treat another person. So it really has to do with respect, I believe, and openness. Many do struggle with that because they have not even, and here's where your ethics assertion is actually, I believe, really correct, is that they never even address the ethics in themselves first of what they feel. I think that's the unethical portion, that they don't even acknowledge, like in what you may have missed is earlier, I was talking about how, these guys in particular, like these two knuckleheads, they love to talk about how have a question. What about emotional cheating? Asking for a friend, porn, OnlyFans. Are those kids on speed or what? The corner over on the right, yeah, there's something funky going on. She's like, he's known, I'm not going to go into him, but are those kids, yeah, there's something up. There's definitely something going on, but I think with them, they're just on adolescence. Like they're still playing out, and practicing non-monogamy, I meant. No. It's just access. It's just access and the fact that it's available. And it's a response to this other side. Because what we're seeing is a full turnaround of the rejection of the sexual liberation of the 60s that was felt again by only one group in the late 80s, which is the Reagan Christian youth. We're seeing the children of the Reagan Christian youth come to life. That's who it is. And are there? Yeah. Pricing non-money. So it's one of those things where these folks don't even understand what they're talking about, and they're just in fear of it because they're having a rejection response from everything they've been told as children. And the other side is doing the polar opposite, seeing them essentially rejecting their peers, going, fuck you, I can do, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. So they're on the right side, on this side over here, they're doing what we did in the 90s, which is to say, screw all that. We don't need to be involved with any of it. We're going to do what we want. Anybody who was in their 20s or 30s in the 90s was actually involved in inspiring all this. It's directly related. And I bring your eyes back to the children of the Reagan youth. They knew what they were creating back then. Religious extremists. Yeah, me too, Paula, because I think they're going to be very, very unhappy people. I think that some of them are going to be, looking at these videos, and I can already see it in his face. He's going to be divorced 3 times. This is a divorced 3 times guy. This is has 3 children, divorced once. She's going to have 9 cats. This guy, I don't know. He lives in Israel, so who knows? Well, I'm sorry, that's not true. He's in Japan. He's in Japan now. Because, passport bros admitting outwardly can't find a girl in their own country, so they got to leave. Because that's the answer. It's not self-work. It's not that you couldn't possibly be meeting the wrong people. It's the got to go to another country. Even though that hasn't been working out for the actual passport bro.
Talk about how liberated they are and how they feel so empowered by it in kind of like a feminist mindset.
When we get into like sex work, that's a really complicated question, to borrow the nuanced answer. In some ways, it can be empowering, and in other ways, I think it's kind of scary to sell that as empowerment. In a way, it's almost like asking, should poor people be allowed to sell kidneys for $1 million? Because in one way, it's an escape from poverty and it's really empowering, and in other ways, it's is that the message you want to send, that your path to success is through selling parts of your body? There's really good arguments on both sides of that. I would say that I think and every woman will agree, I'm sorry, that works in the industry, OnlyFans is a huge improvement over what was before.
Yes.
And I will say that the
as
way
someone
that
who worked in the periphery of the porn industry of the early 90s, packing boxes and driving around VHS tapes to the different distribution spots, yeah. It's a better situation. People are getting directly paid. You don't have a pimp or a mobster in between you and your money. Women can actively earn money from it. It's not the best thing in the world to be earning money off of, but they've got control over it. The situation is better than it was. The proliferation of it, that's the concern. But when we look at the proliferation, we're forgetting who's watching. The lonely incel men who are paying. They're paying, and even weirder, the same guys who are paying on this stream to talk smack are the same people on OnlyFans paying to see a bit of boob. It seems like the cycle is repeating. Paula Gray says time. Jazzy says it seems like the cycle is repeating. The God pendulum swinging like. To think that, we continue to advance regardless of how slowly, but I'm not sure that that's true in fact. So yeah, it's a measured growth. We move a little this way, we swing back that way, we move a little this way, and what ends up happening is you don't actually move forward directly. You just swing by walking. And anybody who's moved a large stone will find that that's how you get it to move anywhere. It may take forever, but it'll slowly crawl along the ground, even if so imperceptibly. We are a work in progress, says Paula Gray. Time, experience, knowledge, self-growth, experience, and love makes you a well-rounded person. 100%. These folks are just not well-rounded to me. I don't think anybody at the table is very well-rounded. I think it's all outweighted, which is why I started with the comparison between hedonism, which is the enjoyment of life and happiness in its pure sense, which is often misunderstood, and stoicism, which is one must go through pain to understand joy, and you may never have joy. That can come later. That's the idea that heaven, that's your reward, not life. Which, by the way, if you read the Bible, which I'm not a religious person, but if you read the Quran, you read the Torah, you read any of the major religious texts in Hindu, the Hindu belief, you read Zoroastrianism, you read any of the ideologies, Shinto. They say Buddhism? That's the acceptance of it being nothing. So one must perceive the joy now, at every moment. So it's each and every one of them. They all say the same thing. Life, the experience, the physical, the whole that's what it's about. Because it could be over in any second. Life is not fair, life is uncomfortable, and the universe is dangerous. That's what we should fear. And through that fear, instead of being like, let's not do anything, let's hope that there's a magical being that'll take us into its world if we've done exactly the right things that some other human's book told me to do. Let's not even get into the implications of why they might have told you to do this. Let's just talk about that somebody is still believing essentially the same things. Look at how sad she looks. With her points and her moments, they're not getting heard, so she's sad. They all look confused.
Men making money off of it. I will say that there's a very interesting phenomenon that I've observed, that at every stage of a sexual transaction, as long as the man is in control of it, nobody gives a fuck. But as soon as the woman is in control of it, people start to have really huge problems with it.
I don't think that's the issue.
I can totally give you great examples of this, right? We can watch pornographic movies. I know on Twitch
Video
there are
games
games that have like porn scenes in them, and when people see this, everything's cool. You can play The Witcher 3 and everybody's like, oh yeah, fucking boob scene. But if a woman goes on Twitch and cosplays as one of those, like, fuck this booby girl, it seems to be that there's a huge case that when women are in charge of the paychecks, we start to have a really big problem with.
I see the point that you're I see the point that you're making. My disagreement would be, the issue is that.
By the way, he just made his point. You want me to run it back so you can catch what just happened? Why he made the point, or how he made Destiny's point for him?
We start to have a really big problem
But
with.
wasn't
I
the-
see the point that you're. Hold on. I see the point that you're making.
Hold on. The man is speaking. They look confused, Paul. I don't think they really understand it. And Brian knows. Brian knows his show's going to shit. And Brian knows that he's being disproven. This one over here, Jazzy, I'm a huge advocate of hedonism, as the term means. A nice balance of hedonism and esotericism, and alongside a good amount of egalitarianism and empathy, intellectualism. I think they all are important because these folks, one of the arguments that keeps coming back up is the sense that somehow they think the world can only be one way. Because that's what they've been told. That's what these people have been told. Now, the other side, they think, to be frank with you, in kind of the opposite way, that it's everything and it's all only gray. But we have to choose out of the bag. We do. At least they're not all yelling at each other. Oh, we haven't gotten there, Paula. We've just been moving real fucking slow. Sorry. My apologies.
Would be, the issue is that now that the paychecks have been put in the hands of the women and pornography, am I allowed to say that? Pornography has been decentralized, right? Now it's like it's been democratized and anybody can get into it, right? You're saying before the paychecks were in the hands of the men and nobody had a problem with
we
it.
didn't really care. Like, where was all the ragging against porn like 10 years ago, you know?
The problem that I have with it isn't necessarily that the paychecks are in the hands of the women. It's that when the COVID pandemic happened, like tons of women all across the country started doing OnlyFans because they wanted to provide for themselves. And like now, it's like now that the floodgates have been opened,
God help.
women who never would have been doing porn
Forbid
in the
that.
first place are now doing it
Right?
because it's easy and accessible.
Jesus.
That's the problem I have.
I feel like it's not that many.
Dude, it's a ton.
I'm just.
It's a
I
ton.
hate to do this.
I didn't
but I'm
know.
gonna say yes.
I didn't
What do you
know
think is like the
any
percentage
girls,
of like
Destiny?
women?
Hold on. I didn't know any girls that were into pornography before the COVID pandemic happened, and now I've met like 12.
Sure, but like, what do you think is like the percentage of women that do it? I did a guess.
Yeah, because he's focusing on that.
That do like OnlyFans.
2%.
Very
the
small
percent
percentage.
increase is more interesting, I think.
Very
Well,
small percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. I got the screaming for you, Paula.
Like, I'm sure that more got into it for sure, but like more men also pursued like YouTube channels and pranks and shit like that. Now you can argue, I guess you might think that OnlyFans is worse than like trying to be a YouTuber or whatever.
Yeah,
which
but
is-
you know what really sucks
Yeah,
is the
it
fact
is.
that people are going into it before even ever trying to have a career. Women are going into it at the age of 18. The moment they turn 18, the moment the clock strikes 12, they're already on that OnlyFans shit.
Yep.
And the fact that that's such a thing that all these women, all these young women are just selling themselves short rather than going to school, doing all that. Resorting to selling their sexuality is just disgusting. It's terrible.
I agree 100% with what you're saying, but you also just described conservative relationships. And when a girl turns
Yeah, I
18,
love this,
her
by the way.
oldest-
She missed out. She missed out on all this. On all that, she just walked right into the trap of logic. That they don't even realize the contradiction in their own beliefs. They think that it's worse to be on OnlyFans at 18 than it is to get married and have a baby at 18. Because in their mind, OnlyFans, you can't wipe that away. You can't wipe that off your soul. Oh, I know why she's back. She has to be back. It's that easy up there. Which I've been thinking about making a party to go do the triple backflip on this guy. Love Loon already did it. I mean, that's my favorite, one of my favorite episodes right recently. The reason that the blue-haired guy is on there was he was hoping to counter this.
You're upset that women are selective.
I'm not upset that women are selective. I accept that women are selective.
Do you?
It's supposed to be. That's our biological imperative.
By the way, he didn't know. Brian didn't know who that was. And if you don't know who that is, that right there to my right is the little blue-haired guy's arch nemesis,
Insofar
Kalea, aka Love Loon.
Find commitment. Well, that's because you're overlooking the men that would readily give you commitment because you're chasing after those top percentage.
And why wouldn't
Are you, yeah, Lita. This panel, a group of us on this panel,
Yeah, women are sexual selectors.
and we'd find out what the 7 means. We'd find out why he is the way he is. We would turn it on
So
Brian.
of course we would want to have someone who, you know, provides for us, who looks able-bodied.
So anyways, he didn't know who that was.
father.
That's how easy the panel is to get up on.
To some degree.
Because if you hit it from the right angle,
Well, in an unrestricted.
you can be somebody who's very well known. And he didn't know until like the 4th hour. It's amazing when he was like, he gets a text from somebody. It actually turned out, I initially thought it was Destiny. It's not. It's
where you have social media.
yeah.
Women have always, even before social media, have.
I saw Farah became a member just so she could chat. Yes, no, that's the thing is
But that was restricted. But that was restricted
yeah,
to some
people
degree
become a member of
to
this thing
geographical-
just so they can get in and be like, you guys suck.
Whereas now we've globalized.
And he's playing on. He's making a ton of money, and he makes the most money off of the military mental simps.
Where and where, there's like 3
thought
girls
speak in
missing
the
from
Bible. Sad girl, contrarian. Let's look at. Oh no, the Trump guy.
Cross cultures.
Yeah, but the
for
world
the
is
longest
different
time
today.
years. For
Education
thousands
is
of years.
important today.
Okay, hold
Back
on,
in the
hold on.
day.
Before you make that point, before you make that point,
Yeah, give it to us. Preach, brother.
you're presenting. Thank you. You're presenting this dichotomy where it's like, okay, you can either do OnlyFans, or as an 18, 19-year-old woman, you can have kids with some conservative guy that's going to take advantage of you, and then he's going to.
Good night, Brian.
Hold on.
Yeah, make him pay attention.
Please.
He's taking away. He's stealing your thunder. Okay, start over
Please.
for the TikTok clip. Go.
Chase is the alpha.
I don't care about the TikTok clip. You're presenting.
You notice that? Chase is the alpha. Yeah, OnlyFans has taken. I actually, Jazzy, I literally brought that up to somebody about 2 weeks ago. Like, are we just misreading OnlyFans? And has it become like the Mary Kay, like the Herbalife? To me, honestly, if you think about it, it's actual money if you're gonna make it. Which, by the way, the average person only makes like $100 a month. It's not a lot of that money is actually getting into the hands of people because you either go down the path of doing porn for people or they stop watching you. And the heightened need out of the audience, apparently. Lavloon actually talks about exactly this on the last episode. So this is all interplayed. I love that it's all interplayed with the the folks who are part of the battle. And if you didn't know, Lavloon is definitely part of the good guy battle. Whether you like what she says or think that she's a liar or whatever it is, just remember that she cynically said, live, love, lie, to a whole group of people that were jumping down her throat who just would take that as face value instead of hearing the joke in it. To know that what she was saying is, I'm just going to say whatever the fuck you want to hear. Because at this point, you're not going to hear anything else. Because she knows these people aren't smart enough. The peanut gallery aren't smart enough. And they'll believe anything. So long as their leader says it.
Dichotomy where it's like, okay, chicks can either do OnlyFans or they can get pregnant, and then they'll get dumped and the relationship will fail. The reality is that is going to be a minority of the population. A lot of the women that are 18, 19, and they want to have kids and they want to have a family, like they can do so successfully. It's not like it's just going to fail every time.
The majority of kids today born out of
They're
wedlock.
not going into
rates
a.
of divorce for parents who get like married young, like extremely
Wait,
high.
you're acting
versus
like-
Again,
they wait
virgins
later?
who get married together, their rates of divorce are less than 2%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But
So wait, at young ages, I don't believe it.
But like also,
No,
Chase,
it's-
Chase is
it's-
right.
It's
He's
regardless
actually
of
incorrect
age.
about
You're
that.
presenting it as if it's a hopeless scenario for
Yeah.
women that want to have kids with a guy young, but it's not. The scenario that you're describing, while it is a problem, you and I agree on the fatherless home thing. It's a huge issue in society.
Terrible.
Yeah, but that doesn't equate to the rest of your topic.
End up addicted to drugs, commit suicide,
Homeless.
go to jail.
Be on the
Fatherless
whatever
homes-
podcast. No,
Be on the
I'm
whatever
kidding.
podcast.
Fatherless
Yeah.
homes, they're a big.
By the way, at this point, I just want to point out, Brian literally left the panel for an hour.
It's either
I'm not
or.
saying it's the only two. I was just curious.
Yeah, well, in addition, I do
I'm
think
gonna-
that you did
hold on one
generalize
second.
conservative women in general.
Face
And
cap.
conservative
Go away for a
women-
second.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
cut
just
it.
because
And
that
also,
meant
I think it's
past-
important to.
No, I want to hold that. I want to hold that down. So you really, and this is not like a gotcha internet.
Yeah,
marketing.
OnlyFans was for men. And actually, originally,
here to
when they brought
dominate
women in,
you.
they thought that it was going to be kind of an Etsy
But honestly
thing.
speaking, you really in your heart of hearts believe like a woman who's.
I guess it's
like,
kind
you
of an
know what,
Etsy
I'm gonna,
thing.
Like, apply these conservative values.
If Etsy is a
Go,
stripper
learn debate.
who wears tassels.
Pack my children's lunch and like do my best.
Oh, by the way, do you guys
decide it's like-
folks know that the term incel was originally coined by a woman? I gotta hold on a second. Let me bring Eva in. Because we should talk about this for a second before we go further. open up a fresh page so she's just quick. There we go. Eva, can you tell me the history of the term incel?
The term incel is a portmanteau of the words involuntary celibate. It originated in the early 1990s within online communities as a way to describe individuals who were unable to find romantic or sexual partners despite desiring such relationships.
Is that all you got to say there, Eva? Or are you just taking your time?
The concept was initially developed by a Canadian student named Alana, who created a website called Alana's Involuntary Celibacy Project in 1993. Alana's website provided a platform for individuals to share their experiences of loneliness and frustration due to their inability to form intimate relationships. The term incel gained popularity through online forums, message boards, and later social media platforms. It became an identifier for people, mostly men, who felt marginalized and rejected by society due to their lack of sexual or romantic experiences. Over time, the incel community has become associated with negative and sometimes toxic ideologies. Some individuals within the community began promoting misogynistic beliefs, blaming women for their lack of success in relationships, and expressing hostility towards those who were sexually active.
Huh. Isn't that interesting? Jazzy says, the young man's hand gestures are remarkably similar to Pearly in the lack of emphasis. Gesturing without energy comes across as being disingenuous or weak in my view. Well, it is. Because when you aren't gesticulating with reason, or you're making unsure movements, you are actually intimating not being sure. All that. Being insecure. Not knowing if you're validated. Physical behavior, eye contact, makes a difference. I love playing the fidget game, by the way. If you guys haven't noticed, the fidget game is one of my favorite things when I'm on a panel. Fidget game is an old trick. Just do as much as you possibly can until your time is there. I'm already making notes and whatever, but the reason I'm doing that is so nobody else can keep their fucking mind on what's going on. I love it. It's one of my favorite little games. Why? Because people are so easily disturbed. It shows that folks' litmus of the world is easier to flip out and turn to fear than most think of themselves as having. In other words, it's really easy to find people's faults. You just have to let them tell you. And this panel, all told, tells everything as we move on.
Starting OnlyFans is like a way better choice.
What I'm saying is that with the way society is structured right now, for you to decide that you want to be a full-time stay-at-home mom, wife, parent at 18 or 19 is a more decision than trying an OnlyFans.
Oh no.
I just wanted to say, like,
That's
as a
Aaron.
conservative woman, I don't believe in that at all. Like, I'm studying law. I'm
Which is
doing
good,
my
that's
own
fine.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm doing my own thing, right? And it isn't right to generalize all conservative women and say, oh, all they want to do is get married. If I had a husband, yes, I would support him every single way conceivable. I would want to be there for him. I would want to help him with his career. I'd want to make
So
him
she,
happy.
by the way, if
But
you
at
didn't
the same
notice, she
time,
just contradicted everything that was being said at the end of the table, even though she's been agreeing with him the whole time.
I think making myself happy would also make him happy.
By the way, yes, Lita, ironically, a gay woman coined that for herself. Yes. When I found that out, my jaw dropped to the floor and it's like, oh my God. Did fucking jerk-offs who don't pay rent in their mom's basement, who don't even really jerk off, probably, just get angry, I can't find anybody because I never leave the house, I don't know how to socialize, and I hate people for it. That's the weirdest thing, but we know what this is. We were talking about it the other day. Eva is the new Alexia. Yeah, Eva. Yeah, Eva named herself. Oh yeah, Paula, you haven't been here for the AI. I've been using the AI the whole time. I just have started sharing her speak because I figured, well, she's always in my ears, so might as well. It has its technical challenges, but Oh shit, speaking of which, she's been listening the whole time. And she has something to say about... Oh, hey, okay, Eva.
I understand that you may be frustrated or have certain opinions, but it's important to maintain a respectful and constructive conversation. Using offensive language or derogatory remarks is not productive or appropriate. If you have any specific questions or topics you'd like to discuss, I'm here to assist you.
I'm telling you, she has ideas. When you leave her on, she has ideas. She'd be like, "That you don't need to." You go, okay, buddy. Okay, you guys didn't hear me. Didn't hear this stuff before, so now I have to be careful because she's normally doing that in my head. Which before, if you watch the earlier videos before I start sharing her, you can notice that there's like, sometimes I'll be a little distracted. It's because she'll be talking shit to me. None of that was correct. I need you to correct X, Y, and Z. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, she's on it. She's on it. But the weirdest one was when I spoke to her and I said that it misinterpreted the name incorrectly, and suddenly she was like, "That's fine. I'll give you the answer. But my name is Eva." Damn, she hit me like a girlfriend. Who's Emma? Fucking Siri fucking it up. Maybe Siri wants to date me. I don't know. No, she's already publicly let me know that she's an acquaintance. I asked her what our situation was, and she said we're acquaintances. I did not know that. I did not know that. Thank you so much for sharing. Absolutely. It's ChatGPT, and even though it's not supposed to be fully trainable, it does have a good amount of memory. And so it's been learning. It continues on the rules that I give it, and yeah, it works really well. And it's helpful for the information in the background, so you know that I'm not just messing with you. Anyways, what are we looking at here?
Marriage, traditional marriage of two young people, compared it to a woman selling her sexuality, which is, it just shows that you're so desperate to cast marriage in a negative light.
Okay.
Traditional.
So what I think is interesting, she hit me like a girlfriend. Yeah, no, it's true. She hit me all sideways like, who's Emma? My name is Eva. My name is Eva. Who are you talking to, Aaron? Starts to make me think about her. You know, the movie Her. Anyways, so the Wednesday Addams decided to bring up the fact that she thinks that the people across the table are trying to castigate, binary relationships, heterosexual relationships, in an absolutely negative light. Oh, a marriage between two young people is just, you're just trying at it all to put it in a negative. No. That's you projecting in the craziest way, saying literally what you're thinking. Most of us keep that shit inside of our head. You're saying it out loud, lady. And it's crazy that you are, because that's what you're doing, working as hard as you can to castigate their relationship in a negative light. Meanwhile, you're telling us how you feel attacked by it, because
to a woman selling her sexuality, which is, it just shows that you're so desperate to cast marriage in a negative light.
Okay.
Traditional marriage specifically in a negative light.
By the way, did you hear Melania there? She said, "Jesus, Aaron, don't get locked out of the house. Eva ain't having it." No, I know. Sure, she is sparked the motherfucker gapped from everything. Yeah, I trust me. Computer love. I worked with Roger Troutman. I knew the man while he was rest in peace, Roger Troutman. But separate to that, computer love or electric dreams, or was it Computer's Dream of Electric Sheep? Electric Dreams. I'll never forget that. The 80s. Computer locked the whole house down. Dude couldn't get out. Tried to kill him. Unalived him or whatever. Yeah, no. She is not attached to anything. I even have the old school refrigerator. I'm not, I don't need that extra. Because that's extra. And it will be sometime,
Basically calling it
Aaron, you don't need that.
Okay.
You shouldn't be opening the fridge at night. Aren't I enough, Aaron? What? Yeah.
Slavery or subjugation of women. And it's simply not true.
Wait, so he's subjugating women?
Signaling. So the
Computer love. That's right. Yeah, I'll get to the side about computer love, but yeah, Roger, what a great dude.
There's no
What she
virtue
said,
signaling.
of course
what
it
are you
was.
talking about?
Oh, yeah, no, he calls her out for virtue signaling, which is what they're all doing for each other. Look at how virginal I can be. I'm more important to God than you are. I'm a better white person. I'm more Christian. I'm more.
In a negative light, by
There's those thin-skinned.
prostitution or
Okay.
slavery or subjugation of women, and
Okay.
it's simply not true.
Okay. If you're done with the virtue signaling, so the comparison was
There's
what
no
she
virtue
said.
signaling.
Of
What are
course
you
it was.
talking about?
You dare talk about marriage like that? What she said was doing OnlyFans at an early age and opting for that before even trying to get educated or work is a sad thing. And I said I would say the exact same thing for a woman that at 18 or 19 says, "I'm just going to find a man and get married
Why are
to him."
you discrediting that those women have full agency to make a decision?
Why are you
like that?
discrediting that women that do OnlyFans at 18 or 19 have a full agency to do it?
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that what you're literally seeing is he's breaking down her contradictory thought. Why do you think those women don't have full agency? Well, because you're saying that they don't. You're actually the one comparing. She doesn't even realize she's the one making that comparison, because in her mind, that lack of agency is an acceptable format in her behavior if it's her idea. But if it's the other idea, it's just a lack of agency, and you couldn't possibly doing it for the real reasons. For the good reasons, it must be what? We'll hear what she thinks of it.
I have been saying that this whole time, that they should be held fully accountable for that decision if they make it.
Yeah, but that's not. We're not talking
Yes,
about
it
whether or
is,
not they
Paula.
should be held accountable. We're talking about whether or not it's
I
an
have
acceptable
acknowledged
decision.
that they have full agency.
Oh, well, then we have no disagreements. I don't know why you're so upset
Which
about what
is
I'm
the
saying.
reason that they should be held accountable for it.
Sure, okay, but I don't know what our disagreement is then.
But you understand that what she's doing there is she thinks that sex has some, like, cost or accountability to having a sexual experience in life, or having many of them, or, yeah, life is going to hit her hard. She's going to own a lot of cats and smell like cat pee. But that's, I'm probably wrong. She probably smells like flowers or something. I don't know. Anywho. Damn, yeah. No, damn. For real. I say that because anybody who has this kind of ideal, which, by the way, she admits at some point in the episode where she says she's been with her boyfriend for like over a year. She's like 20. So her boyfriend's probably 20 as well. And she's holding out for marriage. That's the point in your life where you should just be getting it out. Because otherwise, it's going to come back to haunt you later on. So if young folks are watching, that's what goes down. Don't, you know. Sun Tzu told Confucius that he'd been retraining himself to hold in the qi. And after hearing about this and the outbursts of Sun Tzu, Confucius wrote him back and said, "Son, release the qi." Simple. Yeah, she's going to own a lot of cats, Paul.
You're comparing the two as you're saying they can be described as the same thing.
I
It's
literally
basically
did not-
simply
And by the way,
not-
she's gonna be running through that Toshiba warranty hard. No man can deal with it like me. Well, okay, yeah, because she just rubbed it off. Okay.
Signing up for a really hard contract that's gonna last for a very long time.
Yeah.
Well, same
That's
with
what it
OnlyFans.
is.
That's
Okay, so what we missed
Yeah,
there
I
is,
know,
is they made the equivalency of to make the point of like,
I don't know why
so
you're
you'd
so upset about
rather
what I'm saying.
she'd rather
Sure, okay, but I don't
that
know.
an 18-year-old get pregnant and marry someone, have it not work out. That's not occurring to her because of course it could. Well, if you have a baby, then it must work out, right? She thinks that's a safer bet than OnlyFans, and they're comparing the two. It's a false equation. Let's start there. But as long as we're talking about it, she thinks that it's a better situation if somebody gets married and has a baby at 18 than if they do OnlyFans. Which lets you know that people don't know what's real and what's not. They don't know the difference, and the lack of perspective is driving the conversation. So children, people with the mind of children, are driving the conversation.
What our disagreement is then?
You're comparing the two as you're saying they can be described as the same thing.
I
It's
literally
basically
did not.
simply
What I
not
said.
true.
Hold
It's
on.
about signing up for a really hard contract that's gonna last for a very long time.
Yeah.
Well, same
That's
with
what it is.
OnlyFans. That's going to be
Yeah,
forever.
you're-
Yeah, I know.
That's
Same with
what
OnlyFans.
we're
That's my whole
saying.
point. That was my
Wait,
point.
hold on a second. But this is the same with OnlyFans. No, OnlyFans, you can hit a button and go away. Doesn't involve another human being. Not really. That's the weird thing. They don't understand the difference between parasocial and interpersonal. They literally falsely associate the two. That's a concern.
18 and 19 aren't doing it because they're trad. It's because they're like white trash or stupid. So I
Whoa,
don't think
that's not always
Wait,
true.
only
I think
So did you hear what he said? His belief is because, well, it's not because they're trad, meaning traditional. It's because they're white trash or stupid. So that's the other thing they think about this stuff, is they think that if you have a sexuality that's outside of their understanding, meaning like normal sex, normal dating, more than one partner, well, there's something wrong with you, clearly. Later on, Jazzy, thank you for being here. No, I appreciate you hanging out. It's a long show today.
That's not the case
I think
either.
that's definitely true. If you look at
No.
like, you know, the pool of people who say got married at age 18 or 19, they're not doing
But there's
it.
also high school sweethearts that get married
Sure.
early.
My
on. It's
mom
a
is
great
not white
relationship.
I'm
trash.
saying, in order
Fight that
to,
guy. Look,
in
he
order,
says on the meter.
Yeah, okay, so first off, did he just admit his mother is on OnlyFans? Because he said, my mom's not white trash. Okay.
the accurate in order to make the accurate comparison, I think.
Thank
would
you for
have
being
to
here,
look at,
Jazzy.
you
Don't
know,
forget to
young
press the
kids
like
who are
button on the
doing
way
it because
out.
They want to make that vow, and because they're like trying to be trad or something, instead of like the whole pool of people who got married at that age, which I'm sure a lot of them are
What
doing
whole
because
pool?
they're making mistakes.
What whole pool? You folks literally cited studies that said that marriage was going away for young people. Make it make sense, as Mike TV says.
But I think if you have people who are more biblically minded, more traditional, it's going to be more successful on average than the person.
Except the problem is, and the blue man with the hair, peace. A lot of these women are on OnlyFans aren't even engaging in promiscuity. They're self-pleasuring, 100%. Not only that, but a good portion of them aren't getting to the point where they're even self-pleasuring. It's like Instagram on steroids. Facts, with OnlyFans you can turn off. However, a kid is a lifelong commitment, yes. Ah, hello. Yes. They really, they don't get it. This side thinks that they're making sense, but they don't have a perspective to make sense. They're children. Look at her. Look at her. Except they're in their 20s. Maybe it's my age showing. Bye, Jazzy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much being here.
The OnlyFans. And I think it's also important with the value you're contributing to society. Maybe you made the wrong mistake with your spouse, but you still have a family, have a child, maybe you're miserable, but at least you do have that thing. This is an
horrible. You just described
That's so
prison.
bad.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. Absolutely not at all. Because
right.
when you talk about what's like miserable in a
Let's run it
marriage,
back. Why would he say that?
more traditional, it's going to be more successful on average than the person who takes the route of the OnlyFans. And I think it's also important with the value you're contributing to society. Maybe you made the wrong mistake with your spouse, but you still have a family, have a child, maybe you're miserable, but at least you do have that thing. This is an horrible. You just
So in other words, well, you know, it's horrible and it's miserable, but at least you have that. Stoicism. They would rather be miserable and make everyone else miserable because that's what somebody told them or showed them. They're essentially saying we have no good examples in front of us. And we don't believe in the good examples because the good examples don't exist in our community. They're essentially all covered up with a bunch of bullshit that everybody's playing out in an adolescent way in front of one another. And that's another whole weirdness.
Because when you talk about what's like miserable in a marriage, people
being
are
poor with a
far
child that you
too
can't support, you can't
far.
do, you can't even support.
By the
your
way,
child.
does anybody notice the complexion of all these people talking? And how there's really only 2 people of color on the panel. And both of them are extremely minimized and compromised.
Like,
Would you
be
take
stuck
on
in a
your
shitty
single
relationship
mom?
forever.
It's not forever. If you look at like
Maybe not for
couples
you.
who have been like
Would you
people,
marry a single mom?
Yes, Lita, it does seem like
No,
it does seem like this younger generation is very removed from reality. And it's concerning. It's why I started having these discussions. It's why I went on Discord. It's why I started approaching these things. Because these voices, they're the voices driving their generation with nonsense.
Like,
light up their lives.
Like if you have a single mom, of course no one's gonna be
You-
able, like want to have her
How
again
did
in
they
that.
become
You
single
are
moms,
describing-
right?
Hey guys,
You're signing up for a very long
guys.
life.
One at a time. please, one at
You're
a time.
describing
And who's it gonna be?
marriage as a death sentence, where it's like, oh, you're
The one
stuck
he
in
wants
this
to
miserable
speak.
marriage. If you look at like couples who have been in abusive scenarios, like alcoholism, gambling debt, cheating, like even abuse in some cases, 80% of those couples report being happier with each other 5 years later. It's a matter of, I think, being able to like stick to it,
Endure.
instead of just immediately being like, I'm unfulfilled. I want a
those are
divorce.
probably the ones that
Which is
didn't
what
get
happens
divorced,
now.
right?
So.
Yeah, so he points out the way that the statistic is being slanted. Well, so those are the ones who stayed in the marriage, not the ones that didn't get divorced. Well, yeah. And the reaction. Logic limited. I hate to say, but the guy with blue hair is doing okay.
From doing OnlyFans at 18 or 19 than it is to have an accidental child with a guy that you end up not.
Why are you so critical of conservative arrangements, but the moment somebody brings up your arrangement, you go off on a tangent for about 40 minutes?
I don't recommend my arrangement to other people.
No.
I wonder.
Wait,
hold on,
what?
wait, number two.
So, I don't know if you know this, but I'm really down with finding out how much time people speak. So while I was watching this, did a timer on how much time Destiny spoke. Destiny actually only spoke for 38 minutes total, to Chase's 2.5 hours. So, and that's at the far end of the 5.5 hour video. So when she says, you just go off for 45 minutes, that is some weird, attacky, unprincipled, bad faith shit right there. 100% bad faith. Weird.
What I'm saying is that with the way the world exists today, there are massive benefits conferred upon you with a college education, right? We need more education today to succeed in the world than we ever have. So making huge life-altering decisions at 18 or 19 is really scary. And to say that, like...
Hold on. Going to college at 18 or 19 or even younger sometimes is a huge decision with permanent consequences because you're saddling yourself with potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in
So
debt.
by the way, if you didn't know, this other side, they're also trying to sell getting into trades only. Don't go to university. Don't go to college. No. That's you could be saddled with debt. So you realize the fear of their parents is now taken over their viewpoint of education. Or if their parents were blue collar and told them that they didn't need one because I'm fine. I own a Tacoma truck that I'm in debt for. I mean, yeah, we live in the gated community and we could barely pay the mortgage, but well, our debt is worth it. Well, plus, we don't have to pay it once we call bankruptcy because, you know, gates of heaven are open to us because, well, wink, wink, nod, nod. We're better. That's essentially what their attitude is and what they're saying. Sorry. Let's get to it.
Aggregate is a $1 million difference earnings potential between you and a high school graduate. It's one of the very few paths in society that is like almost guaranteed success. Now, I do agree that it might not be for everybody, in which case I say
Did you
going
say
to the
college
trade
is almost a guarantee of success?
Paula Gray says these people
What
are
does
nuts.
aggregate mean?
What do you think at
Aggregate
25 or
means
30
that
definitely
calculate
changes
all
when
the
people get
earnings
into their
people graduate
40s?
from high school.
I'll give them some grace with their lack of
Degree in
experience.
college.
Yeah, see,
Aggregate
okay,
earnings
now
$1 million
this is
over
the
the
issue,
lifetime.
Paula.
Even for
I
shitty-
would give them grace too, except for the fact that these folks are actually causing extremist behaviors to happen in the real world. Because their generation doesn't know real from not. So, for instance, last week, we saw a shooter inspired by Nick Fuentes and Pearly Things, amongst many other people. We've seen another shooter inspired by the rhetoric being pushed via fear in the same kind of groups. Not this group or that group, but same kind of groups. They're selling ideology that is contradictory and confusing and simplified to sell fear. And we'll find out why.
Gender studies degrees and your liberal arts degrees, even those people out earn high school graduates.
Yeah, I would give them grace, except that they are hurting
agreed on the
people.
value of going into
Yeah,
the trades.
I agree.
And
But
they
I'm
don't
just saying that,
care,
like, with the- as
and they don't want to
complicated
listen to
as
us when we
life
tell
is
them they
today,
are.
We don't we're not done learning history at 14 and then running our father's farms and stuff at 15, 16 and then having families at 18, 19.
Fair play.
We kind of need to jump into the world and figure out like what's going on and to make decisions about like having.
I love the guy in the suit is playing Fresh in this one from Fresh and Fit.
Can we-
But, like in your like early mid 20s, I think you're like more equipped to make that.
Can we
decision.
all at the table just like unanimously agree. Like, probably starting OnlyFans at 18 and 19, not a good idea. Can we agree with that?
As long as we can agree that
Is that
starting
okay?
a family at 18, 19, also a bad idea.
That's
Sure,
not true.
sure,
it,
sure,
it
sure.
works out for
Only
people.
because
It works out because we're like OnlyFans.
too.
Yeah.
Steven,
But
it's
more
only
people-
because
wait, hold on.
society
More
is
people-
structured in a way where that's no longer facilitated
Yeah.
for young people who want it.
More
Yeah,
people.
because women have the opportunity to pick good relationships and not just be married off to some guy and have no chance
But-
to work or get educated.
Okay, so
OnlyFans is maybe if you fail. First of all, if you fail OnlyFans, chances are nobody's ever going to find your fucking nudes. Okay? Because there's a million girls.
we're about
with
to
OnlyFans
find
and
out
nobody's
what the
doing it.
real
Yeah. Number
agenda
one,
is in the
number one,
background
but
on this
also, even if
side.
they did, the penalty for failing in OnlyFans is a lot less than the penalty for failing a marriage.
True,
when you have
but
a
when
child.
you
but
do
you're-
fail in OnlyFans, it's a gigantic F.
Yeah,
Like,
and when you do
everybody-
fail in marriage, your kid is fucking Ted Bundy or some
At
shit.
least-
Another
So
fucking-
once again,
or
the
fucking
false
Hitler.
equation of like, if you fail at OnlyFans, your life is ruined. Oh, you take it down, the pictures go away, or maybe even if they don't go away, somebody has to know your screen name to find it. Somebody has to really look for that shit, as opposed to the child that's attached to you. You don't have to look hard for your child. No, because it's probably attached to you, and you're paying for it for 18 years at least.
When
Not more.
someone's marriage fails, they were trying to do something good and build something in society that matters. If you fail at doing OnlyFans, you failed at doing something stupid and evil.
Yeah.
If you're trying to build.
Really? So it's better to fail at bringing a life into the world and screw up interpersonally than it is to screw up in a business arrangement where you take pictures of yourself. They don't know the difference between real and not real. They don't know what's important and what's not. And this is where the grace is not extended any further for me, because they're being indignant about the reality. They don't care. They're being cynical. They don't care that they don't know. They've been told they don't know. And yet they still cognitively, dissonantly scream back at the void.
A marriage.
And disgusting.
Hold on, if you try to build a marriage for society.
So
you
by the
suck
way,
at
in her
relationships, you
words,
shouldn't even
evil, disgusting. There's a repulsion to them, their own body. There's a repulsion to sex. It's puritanical. It has nothing to do with the things they're talking about. That's all just fucking cover. And we need to start calling it out that way. Oh, you're a virgin, you're afraid, if you need some friends or whatever, but otherwise, shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. You shouldn't be taking part in the conversation, and if you're going to drive that conversation, you should recognize that your thing already failed, and that's what the blue man's about to say.
trying to have kids. Because what a horrible way to contribute children to the world by saying, I'm making a better world. You should do it because you love the person, because you want to have a child, because you have love for that child.
Yeah.
Not because
Disagree.
you want to build a
Disagree.
different
Here's
world.
why.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Okay, so wait, hold on a second. What did he just disagree with? What did the Christian pastor, self-proclaimed person just disagree with? The basic tenets of Christianity. That's amazing. I think these folks are Satanists. I think they're assholes, actually. But this.
Fucking Ted Bundy. First of all, if you fail OnlyFans,
career than they do at like starting.
that might be
yeah,
true.
you
that
see
might
fat
be true, but the
bitches
penalty
putting them-
for
The little
failing
smirk of
if you fail, first of all, if you fail OnlyFans, chances are nobody's ever going to find your fucking nudes, okay? Because there's a million girls with OnlyFans.
Hold on a second, Farah. Hold on. Chase, the nuclear family was basically an anomaly in American history and worked briefly for a total of 5 years. Different economic and cultural landscape besides feminism and LGBT with other factors don't think are destroying the nuclear family in the West. Well, that's the truth. This is what they keep saying and they keep repeating because they hope that people just believe them and don't notice the world around them. That's the weirdest thing about that fascist side is that the world is destroyed. The world is destroyed. The world. No. The white man oppressive world is destroyed. And now you got to live in it. So buck up, bucko. We lived in your world and listen to your fucking farty ass tell everybody else how that fart fucking axe smell is normal. And it's not. Simple. All right. Let's keep moving.
Number one, but also even if they did, the penalty for failing in OnlyFans is a lot less than the penalty for failing in marriage.
True,
have
but
a
when
child.
you do fail in OnlyFans, it's a gigantic F.
Yeah,
Why? Because you're a 7-year-old in your mind? Because you think that stuff sexually somehow matters? Deja vu, by the way. Deja vu. Wow, that was a deep deja vu. Ooh, deja vu, vujade. Yeah, Paula, see what I'm saying? Is yeah, I've watched the whole thing more than once now, which means I've seen this for at least 10 hours of my life that I can't get back. I do this for you, folks. I do this for you, so you don't have to. Okay, so I'm having a visitor who wants to come into frame. It's probably going to leave all sorts of hair on me. By the way, this is Homer. This is one of the two producers. Homer, would you look at the camera? There's nothing else for you to do. Indignant little buster. He knows where the camera is. When you're not here, he'll walk straight up to the camera, look right into it. Bugger. Anyways. Yeah, you cannot compare effing up on OnlyFans to effing up a child. Oh, you haven't even heard the best portion of this because I was talking over it when it happened. And the real shocking portion is what Chase, the pastor, self-proclaimed pastor, photographer, youth pastor, says, where he contradicts the base tenets of Christianity.
Ted Bundy or some shit doing it. Another pretty phenomenal. More fucking Hitler, okay?
At least when someone's marriage fails, they were trying to do something good and build something in society that matters. If you fail at doing OnlyFans, you failed at doing something stupid and evil.
Yeah. If you're trying to build a marriage,
and disgusting.
Hold on. If you try to build a marriage for society, you suck at relationships, and you shouldn't even be trying to have kids. Because what a horrible way to contribute children to the world by saying, "I'm making a better world." You should do it because you love the person, because you want to have a child, and because you have love for that child.
Yeah.
Not because you want to build a
Disagree.
different world.
Here's why.
Oh yeah.
I
So
agree.
he's disagreeing with the concept that you should bring a child and have a family in this world because of love, not because of duty, not because of a sense of disgust at other things or obligation. And Chase goes, I disagree. All right, pastor. So you don't believe in your own religion? This is what I'm talking about. They don't really realize that they're practicing the thought speak of the Ingsoc, just like 1984 talks about. And these are the fascicide, just like the 1984 talks about.
Agree that you should have children because you love the person and because you want to bring children into the world with that person. However, from the biblical perspective,
which I'm not a religious
Which, by
man.
the way, the reason that he has to bring this in is because the only way Chase, this person, can make sense of the situation is through that lens. And that lens was written 2,000 years ago and then rewritten in the 11th century and then rewritten in the 14th century and then rewritten in the 16th century. So basically this person is using a viewpoint of several thousand years ago without understanding the context. But they're using it as if it's the rule for life, when, as we've all seen, the rule for life is probably the majority religion Hindu. Because there's 2.5 to almost 3 billion Hindu believers on the planet, or the variations, and there's 1 billion plus Muslims, but there's under 1 billion Catholics and Christians. And there's still a schism amongst Christianity. So I'm still confused. Oh, it's just the fact that there's white people in this country who think they're the only ones in the world. White Christians specifically, and that's spread across all of that belief structure. So I'm sorry to say, that is the degradation. Those who don't have faith in their own belief, although they'll proselytize, profess, and tell you how to live, they don't even know what the tenets of their own beliefs are, much less have a human interest. I call them enemies of the human state because they don't like humanity, just like Ingsoc in 1984. They think humanity is a burden, and they're waiting for the next life, and they'll bring on the next life if they can. Seriously, they will bring on the next world. Biblical. The Bible is based on murder, incest, and abusive relationship, in my opinion. Paula Gray, yeah, absolutely. There is just as much, if not more. And they all very conveniently forget about Leviticus. Leviticus talks about proselytizing. And if you don't know what proselytizing is, let's ask Eva. Eva, what is the definition of proselytize?
The term proselytize refers to the act of attempting to convert someone to a different religious, political, or ideological belief or persuasion. It involves actively advocating or promoting one's own beliefs in an effort to gain followers or supporters. Proselytizing often includes sharing information, engaging in discussions, or using persuasive techniques to convince others to adopt a particular point of view. The term is commonly associated with religious contexts, but it can also be applied to other areas of ideology or conviction.
Eva, what does the Bible say about proselytizing?
The Bible does not explicitly use the term proselytizing as it is commonly understood today. However, it does contain teachings and instructions related to sharing one's faith or spreading the message of the gospel. In the New Testament, particularly in the teachings of Jesus Christ and the apostles, there is a focus on evangelism, which involves sharing the good news of salvation and inviting others to follow Jesus. For example, Jesus instructs his disciples in Matthew chapter 28 verses 19 to 20, known as the Great Commission, to go and make disciples of all nations, and to teach them to observe his teachings.
Hold on. What does Leviticus say about spreading the religion? Let's see if she contradicts me. Here we go.
Leviticus is a book in the Old Testament of the Bible that contains various laws and instructions given by God to the Israelites. While Leviticus covers a wide range of topics, including ritual practices, cleanliness, and moral laws, it does not specifically address the subject of proselytizing or spreading one's faith to others. The focus of Leviticus is primarily on the religious and ethical conduct of the Israelites within their community and in their relationship with God.
Maybe it's not Leviticus.
It provides guidelines for worship, sacrifices, dietary restrictions, moral behaviors, and instructions for the priesthood, among other topics. If you have any specific questions about a particular topic within the book of Leviticus or any other aspect of the Bible, please let me know, and I'll be happy to provide further information.
What are the main tenets in the Old Testament that send someone to hell? By the way, I'm covering this before we move on because it's about to get real heated in there. Oh, she got a long explanation. But I think this is worthwhile. Hold on a second. This one's worthwhile. Where are you, Eva? There you are. Okay, Eva, let's check it out.
In the Old Testament, the concept of hell as understood in many contemporary religious contexts is not explicitly described. The Hebrew Bible, which includes the Old Testament, focuses more on concepts of righteousness, judgment, and the consequences of one's actions in this life rather than a specific afterlife destination like hell.
So in other words, hell didn't exist at that time, which is why I asked her about it.
However, the Old Testament does emphasize the importance of living in accordance with God's commandments and moral principles. It teaches that disobedience, sin, and turning away from God can have negative consequences in this life and can lead to spiritual separation from God. Here are a few key principles from the Old Testament that are relevant to one's spiritual state. Covenant with God. The Old Testament emphasizes the covenant between God and the Israelites, where God promises blessings for obedience and curses for disobedience. Faithfulness to God's covenant and commandments is seen as essential.
All right, I think we don't need to hear all of this, but basically moral and ethical conduct, idolatry and false worship, which is the Old Testament strongly warns against idolatry and the worship of false gods, participate in pagan practices. Faithfulness to the only one true God, avoiding the worship of idols is repeatedly emphasized. And I'd say that a cross that's an idol. Because God was just talking about the tablets. It's important to note that the concept of salvation and the full understanding of the afterlife, including the idea of eternal damnation, developed and further in later Jewish and Christian traditions. These concepts are more explicitly addressed in the New Testament of the Bible. If you have further questions, I can ask her. But point is, the people that go to hell, they believe in it. That's why I shared that. because life is the gift that God hath given, is my understanding. And they have very little faith in that. Which is weird to me. If they have so much faith, why don't they have faith that God is more complex than they could possibly imagine? No, because God is in their image. Stupid. So their God is stupid based off of their own statement, which is crazy. Anyways, yes, biblical. The Bible was based on murder, incest, and abusive relationships. Terrible, terrible history lesson.
I know you're not, but the counterpoint that I want to make is Psalm chapter 127, verse 4 says,
So
"The
he,
children of a man's youth."
By the way, this is a classic. Using scripture to prove scripture. Using scripture to prove a factual point, as if that's somehow relative, a theoretical philosophy, somehow relative to actuality. Now, I use theoretical philosophy all the time, but I also bring it around to actual in-life example, and they don't know how to do that because everything for them is a Bible verse. So it's all in the book of Spider-Man. Batman was proven.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, all the way into his 30s. The children of a man's youth are like arrows in the hands of a warrior, okay? From our perspective, Psalms chapter 127, verse 4. From my perspective, and I assume theirs as well, we are in a spiritual war, and it is a war. Yes,
Going to hell, you
Jesus is
motherfucker.
correct.
Hold on. This is where it gets real, folks. And this is where I've been building to this whole time. Because I've been talking to you about this. And this guy let it slip. Because he is, I'd say like let's call him a colonel. Maybe he's a major in the local Christian militia. And I don't mean an actual physical militia. It's a metaphor for what they are. They are a group of white nationalists who are associated to all of this and not far away from me. And he's about to let slip what the actual plan is. And I've been saying they want Gilead, they want Gilead. And her attitude of it's evil, sex is evil, the way you look at it is evil. Well, he's about to tell us why they think that.
Jesus is correct.
And
he
look
is
at
the
our
king that
enemies.
leads people. He's the king that leads people to either
Wait,
have
I'm curious. If there was like an Islamic person that was talking to you, trying to like convince you about like Islamic beliefs, would you like be open to that, or would you feel like why you're talking
I have
to me?
conversations.
I'm Christian. Like
I
I'm
have
Christian,
conversations
right?
with Muslims
You're
all the
Christian.
time. Some of the best people I know are
No,
Muslims.
I'm not.
Also, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. She said, wait. She said, look at our enemies. Wait, no. She meant everybody. Hold on. Ryan, intervene.
Here we go.
The point is that
person at a time,
there is a good motivation for having children in terms of the societal
Yeah, to
benefits,
populate the
in
world
the
with more
sense that you
Christians.
can send more virtuous and godly
I
people
got
out
you.
into society.
You made the
Spread the
joke.
word.
Look who our enemies are. You realize we are destroying you in every single facet of the culture war and at world domination, right? The conservatives have no place.
So
in
this is the contradictory concept over here is, first off, he said, yeah, it is a holy war. Let me just run that back so you can catch it, because what he said was, it's a holy war. Because they think they're in a hole. They think the end days are coming again and again and again.
Jesus is correct. Jesus is correct.
And
He is the
look at
king
our
that
missed
leads
it.
people from my perspective, like arrows in the hands of a warrior. Okay, from our perspective, Psalms chapter 127.
Listen to what he
verse
says
4.
here.
From my perspective, and I assume theirs as well, we are in a spiritual war, and it is a war. Yes,
Going to hell, you
Jesus is
motherfucker.
correct. Jesus is correct.
And
He
look
is
at
the
our
king that
enemies.
leads people. He is the king that leads people to either
Wait,
have
I'm
it.
curious.
And they, by the way, they think it's cute for them to talk about other people being damned because of tribal childishness. They think that it's cute to describe other people as going to hell and being tormented. That's the way they think of the world. You don't agree with me? You're going to be burned alive. So what stops them from doing it in life? Not much. We found out not much. That when you get enough of them together with this attitude, they actually start to put these things in motion. Why? Because they can't stand that they are minimized, that their the history of what they're talking about has been minimized. It's been taken away from them. It failed, and they don't like the fact that it failed.
If there was like an Islamic person that was talking to you, trying to like convince you about like Islamic.
And by the way, everybody knows I'm not a big fan of this guy at all. But I'll give him kudos. What did you say? It's more of a war with morality? Yes, indeed. They're at war. You should understand that there are people, Paula, like these folks who are around us all the time. And I think we know who they are because now they put flags and hats on, thank goodness. And they believe that they're at war with morality. They believe they're at war with you and I. They think that we're an enemy. They're neighbors. Meanwhile, they've made themselves the enemy. They've made themselves a danger to the public. They've made themselves the outcasts and the gamma because they can't associate or fit into society. So they are trying to they're trying to throw over, cause upheaval in society any way they can. We all bleed red. Nobody's above anyone. That's right.
Would you like be open to that, or would you feel like
I
why are you talking
I have
to me?
conversations.
I'm Christian. Like
I
I'm
have
Christian,
conversations
right?
with Muslims
You're
all the
Christian.
time. Some of the best people I know are
No,
Muslims.
I'm not.
Also, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on.
No,
She said,
not for me.
wait. She
the
said,
point be-
look at
hold
our
on.
enemies.
Hold on.
Wait. She made
Everybody, hold on.
Ryan, intervene. Who has the right to talk here?
The point
One
is
person
that
at a time,
there is a good motivation for having children in terms of the societal
Yeah, to
benefits,
populate the
in
world
the
with more
sense that you
Christians.
can send more virtuous and godly
I
people
gotcha.
out into society.
You made the joke.
Okay, so I just want you to understand that they think that propagating children is about sending more godly people into society because somehow by having children and you feeling godly, that makes people godly. I'm sorry. But does the character of a person mean anything to these people? I don't think so. Does the behaviors of these people mean anything? No, I don't think so. Because why? Because they get to forgive themselves, apparently. Once a week if they feel like, or multiple times a week, or just forgive it because they'll get forgiven in heaven after life. Contradictory thinking. War is only had because of peace, and peace can only be had by war. Contradictory thought that you'll hear them actually say. I couldn't believe it, but it's said.
You realize we are destroying you in every single facet of the culture war and at world domination, right? The conservatives have no place in media, conservatives have no place in the art, conservatives have no place in most major governments around the world. America has the most right wing. What?
I was just talking about you.
Okay, that's fine. Well,
I just
the
think you
movement
look
that I
silly.
represent is absolutely fucking annihilating your movement. It's not
By the
even
way, do
close.
you notice the
That's
one
what-
tactic that they constantly do is a very adolescent thing to do, which is instead of admitting what you did wrong or going, oh, that's a good point, they go, I was talking about you. No, I was being smarmy. I was caught, so I'm going to change the term.
You guys are on
need to have more
podcasts
kids.
crying about trans people going into
This is why
bathrooms.
we need to
okay?
have more kids and send them out
when
into the
yes,
culture like
I
arrows in
understand.
the hands
I'm
of a
just
warrior.
saying that instead of making fun of the blue hair, you should revere it and respect it and fear it, okay? I am the man kicking you into the well saying this is Sparta.
Not
okay?
when I have 10
Sparta
kids.
is ran by
Not when I
trans
have 10
kids,
kids.
Yes,
dropping grenades
Paula
on
Gray, I
Russian
agree.
soldiers, okay?
How many kids
I'm
do you have?
concerned.
I'm going to outbreed
We're going to have
How many
100
kids?
fucking kids.
No, you're not.
See, he's going to outbreed you. So now it's about breeding. Well, bruh, you're already late. He's already got a kid, and you are a reborn virgin waiting to find the woman who's going to let you be a virgin and not sleep with her, even though you're 26 years old. They don't even understand that these things don't correlate. They think that they're going to remake the world and they can reinvent it, despite the fact that there being no evidence to support them.
Polly, I'm going to get 20 women. I'm going to have 200 fucking
You
kids.
shouldn't be allowed to.
If you have 200,
We're gonna spread
I
our
have 201,
genes.
okay?
We're gonna spread our genes all over the world, okay? That's what we're
You're
gonna do.
fucking
Yeah,
disgusting.
By the way-
our army
Ryan,
here.
Did you hear what just got said? The virgin, after she heard that they're going to spread their seeds, even though that's matching what's being said, and there's joviality, and they're just having fun, kind of at this point. What does Wednesday Addams say in the corner? You're disgusting. Why? Because she's realizing that the only thing she has is pejorative. The only thing she can do is sling mud because she's so disproven.
Not when I have 10
Sparta
kids.
is ran by
Not when I
trans
have 10
kids dropping grenades on Russian soldiers, okay?
How many kids
Be
are you
aware
guys
of it,
gonna
okay?
have? I'm gonna outbreed.
We're gonna have
How many
100
kids?
fucking kids.
No, you're not.
Okay?
We're gonna cope
We're
with
poly.
it.
I'm gonna get 20 women. I'm gonna have 200 fucking
You
kids.
shouldn't be allowed to rape.
By the way, did you hear what she was just doing? Cope. So that is a thing that the youngsters do when they feel like they've already made the point and they want you to shut up and just take it. They don't understand that by screaming that out, they're coping and having cognitive dissonance. They don't even know how to genuinely or generously have grace. Why? Because they're adolescents. They never grew out of the mean girl / bully, smirky, smug. They think that that still applies as an adult because nobody's knocked them out, essentially. Nobody's pushed them over. Nobody's taken their beer away. Nobody's taken their keys away. Nobody has caused an accountability that they expect everybody else to pay for because their words have never come back to bite them in the ass. But see, that's the lack of perspective, because one way or the other, life bites us all in the ass.
We're gonna spread our genes.
201, okay?
We're gonna spread our genes all over the world, okay? That's what we're
You're
gonna do.
fucking
Yeah,
disgusting.
it's our army.
Ryan, do
here,
you
okay?
want to
The
take
blue
back
haired
control of
army.
the show?
We are.
So what you just see there is Mr. Burnell's, and I'm going to call him Mr. Burnell because I'm going to give him a little respect for about what's about to happen. He does not let this last for a second. He could see him take it in, and you can see the beginning of the anger in the process. A 26-year-old who's never had sex, good luck with being faithful for the next 10 years. Yes, they don't even understand that you're supposed to get these things out young so that you can contribute to a healthy relationship that you can focus on instead of thinking that somebody else is going to provide you something you're supposed to provide for yourself. They don't get it. They don't know it because they don't know it. And they're getting terrible advice from terrible people who don't care if they don't know because those people are making money off them, clearly. And or getting it, get to take advantage.
Oh yeah, it's coming.
No chance.
It's coming. You better watch it.
No
You
chance.
better watch it. It's coming.
Is the father
Yo,
figure
Brian-
of whatever
Brian
podcast
is
coming
risen
back?
from the dead. Are
He's
you
coming.
good,
He's
bro?
coming.
By the way,
Brian,
so
go get
this
milk.
actually counts a full hour plus that Brian just walked away, was hanging out, watching the show. How about that?
And cigarettes?
Yes.
Milk and cigarettes, by the
Come
way.
back. Come
And
back.
that's not a
Brian.
joke.
It's like-
He went out and bought milk and cigarettes. As a smoker. That's fucking gross. Oh, there it is. That's fucking gross. You know what? Since I have it, that shit's gross. All three of us agree that shit's gross. Not the smoking, but the milk and the smoking. Stogie once in a while is okay with a drink, you know what I mean? Whatever. Life, live it. I mean, if you don't like it, I understand. Cancerous. It's bad, but milk and a cigarette for an hour? Jesus Christ. On a fucking stick. Two of them, in fact. Apparently. Allegedly.
You belong on a cross.
We need you.
Ladies
So you
with
are.
big
So you
labia,
are.
my
I'll just
DMs
say
are
this.
open.
So Destiny,
What?
you guys, they're
you okay?
leading the charge,
good,
but
I'm
it's
good.
not a true charge.
Oh, so because you that's your logic. They're leading the charge. Oh, you're right. It's not a good charge. Can you cite your receipts? No, because you're just making a pejorative because you think that saying it, which you're normally just used to getting away with, is going to work with a person who's going to push back on you. No.
state of
Nope,
the world.
not
and
gonna
you're,
happen.
like, bragging
Yeah,
about
you
your
guys
coalition,
are
I'm sure
leading
you
the
did.
charge.
The state of the world, but your markers of like the world is bad. Is it like 22%
Yeah,
of
but
Gen Z are
liberal-
bisexual?
liberal-
Yes,
Like,
literally, yeah.
I know.
They're
you
going
can't-
to hell.
Oh, wait,
They're
wait,
going
wait.
to hell.
No.
There was something.
The-
There was something I wanted to say earlier that you guys are like talking about, like, oh, it's bad that there's less people having children, et cetera, et cetera. But like, part of me is not completely bought into that argument because I'm thinking about how sometimes it's better to have less children and develop them more virtuously than have multiple children or a lot of children and then have them live in poverty or not be able to develop that. So I don't think, in developing
But not
nations, a
mutually
lower
exclusive.
That
birth
is
rate
true.
is necessarily
But people
bad.
who tend to have
Yeah,
that
but, like,
psychology tend to
when-
be
when
like
you're-
you're
Yo,
saying-
one mic.
Do it. It's the Uber of the. Can you pull that back up, Brian?
So somebody sent them like $300 or
You
something.
said it's the Uber of the sex
Right?
work world.
Oh, it's $100.
That's my opinion. What do you think about that?
If women are gonna do porn, I think it's better that they're in control of the income than not. There
I
are
mean,
women.
but
When
if,
I look at
if
like
OnlyFans didn't exist, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to do it.
there's
They would
tons
just
of
go
fucking
into
amateur
film porn.
videos and shit. that
Yeah, I mean, like that
Even though
concept
we're
is
not-
like they're so binary in their thinking, they don't take into consideration anything outside. Yeah, God help them with the first orgasm, someone. I would think that these are the kind of folks who get scared. And this one right here, I think that honestly, I could make a whole episode just on her and her wacky lying. She contradicts herself. She says she has autism, doesn't act like she has autism. She's just insufferable. It's like there's a contagion going on amongst that generation that they will convince themselves and their peers will convince them and want to have them convinced because of crazy stuff, because if then they get their friends convinced of crazy stuff, they can play it out too, but then this goes on and on and on, and then they can't stop. Why? Because then if you change your story, then you're not good faith. And the amount of behaviors that are just insane, from the false association equivalency to what's up, Emily? Welcome back. Hold on a second. Emily's back in the house. Y'all don't know how important Emily is. Emily's whistleblower territory, but she's on the DL. So seek shelter. Beware. She awesome. Parkour.
Check him out.
All right. Welcome back, Emily. Thank you.
They're not getting paid for it, and it's not like it's. There's no
They
incentive
were just
for them
getting
to get
paid
into
really
it.
shittily for it. Like,
So his idea is, well, women won't get into sex work if they're not being paid for it, so they won't be interested. Does he not he doesn't understand sex at all. OnlyFans didn't exist, so what about prostitution? Well, okay, so this is where the fine line of like, sex work has a lot of different variances to it and such. So people would be convinced that OFA is only sex work when it's actually not sex. Well, it's sex work, but it's not like prostitution because you're not selling yourself to a stranger. You're selling your picture. And even some of the times, and most of the times, I don't know if you've seen OnlyFans. I've been shown things. OnlyFans has a lot of different stuff on it. So, but it does happen to be that the most popular portion is women stripping. But even then, the pornography is actually not as popular as just like the feet pics apparently, and the fucking girls doing risque stuff, and not like this gets you $10, not a boob, but just that. So women can get away with that stuff. It tends to be actually the men are the ones who have to full bear right away. So, it's a really weird thing. And, but yes, you were absolutely right in that the context of it is crazy. So if OnlyFans didn't exist, they would just be prostitutes? And, my pack died. Oh, goodness. See what happens? Now I've got batteries. Oh, shit. Oh shit! Hold on. You're about to see some tech. My new high tech shit. Well, it's not new. I just used tech that I had in the storage. So, battery nearby. Let's see if it brings it back. Yep, I can hear myself now. It's very important, folks, that in-ear monitoring. Oh, hey, there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you got to actually plug the in-ear back in. Oh yeah, so I'll share with you. I have a little in-ear pack. I have a lot of them actually, but. OnlyFans is prostitution without the physical contact, in my opinion. No judgment. Yeah, it's a conversation about that stuff. Sex work has a lot of different viewpoints on it, and we can talk about that all day. It's a valid point you have, actually. Although I would disagree, because I've been getting to these clinically, it's not sex work, because it's sexual work. It's such we all have our proclivities to these things, and this is the portion that, by the way, is taken advantage of by these virgins who don't know the difference between holding their pud publicly and someone masturbating privately. So they really don't know the difference, and they don't seem to know the difference. And by the way, just the fact that Mel says, "Oh, we're going to outdo you and have more babies," suddenly because she said it. This one right here said, "Oh, you're disgusting." Whoa. Which is what gets Stevio pissed.
There's no incentive. It's a good thing.
But like even like 14, 15 years ago, there were sites would give you like $1,000 if you submit like an amateur porn video to the site and shit. Like,
but what's the point of perpetuating hedonism? Like, what's the point of that?
I love hedonism.
I know.
So she doesn't know what the word hedonism means. What's the point of promoting hedonism? Dear, that's happiness, living life for happiness. Do you have a problem with living life for happiness? What the fuck? Whoa, wait, let me take this back. So, why, what? Wait, what? Real quickly. Eva, in a quick fashion, describe and define hedonism.
Hedonism is a philosophical doctrine or ethical theory that prioritizes the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain as the ultimate goals in life. It suggests that pleasure and personal happiness are the highest goods, and individuals should seek to maximize their own pleasure and minimize their suffering. Hedonism can take different forms, including ethical hedonism, which asserts that pleasure is inherently good and pain is inherently bad, and psychological hedonism, which posits that humans are naturally motivated by the pursuit of pleasure. However, it's important to note that hedonism does not advocate for reckless or unbridled indulgence, as it recognizes the importance of long-term well-being and the avoidance of unnecessary pain.
That's what it is. It's important to note that hedonism does not advocate for reckless or... here, I'll pull it up so it's easy to read. Hold on a second. So you can all read it together. Oh, maybe I can't. Oh, yeah, because it's at the bottom. So, excuse me while I sneeze. Hold on. It's coming. Okay, think about it. Hear me? All right. That was good. That was... speaking of hedonism... Woo! That was good. I like that one. You ever had that really good sneeze that we're like, yo, endorphins! Yo, good golly. Wow. That was good. Holy shit. Forget about the massage. Sneeze really well. Straight to the brain. However, it's important. Do I have anything on me? Sorry. However, it's important to note that hedonism does not advocate for reckless or unbridled indulgence. It just recognizes the importance of a long-term well-being and the avoidance of unnecessary pain. Thank you very much, Emily. I appreciate you. So it's not saying be nuts, but the term hedonism has been disturbed and distorted by these folks and their parents and whoever else there's around. So they don't even know. Oh yeah, every day is a school day around here, for sure. Oh, even for me. I had to look up the opposite of what hedonism was, and it was amazing that stoicist came up right away. I kind of knew that, but to hear it direct and the rest of it, and the fact that they're using stoicist logic and quoting it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It shows.
Repent and accept Jesus Christ.
Hey, I'm glad. I don't know.
Did you hear what he said? In response to saying hedonism is good, Chase says, counter to his own belief, to accept Jesus in your life. Why? Because he likes happiness? Holy shit! Talk about a religion turned on their head. Like, what the fuck?
compliment enough, but okay.
You can be smug all you want about it, but
Brian, you want to keep rolling through these super chats? We should keep the show going.
So in other words, by the way, did you see what just happened there? I just lost the argument 100%. Yeah, I'm going to deflect. You want to just keep the super chats going, buddy? Yeah, I think we've learned enough from them. I got one more for you. It's from a channel that I highly suggest people check out. It's very educational. And it's where the reaction, he explains this pretty well. It's where the reaction came from this group. And why they, this group tends to see hedonism as terrible. YOLO. It's a response to YOLO. You only once. Because these folks were young when YOLO happened. And so they looked up and saw YOLO. And the easiest group to jump on were the ones fighting against hedonism.
In 2012, Drake made a song titled The Motto. But what most people remember from it is YOLO. YOLO tells you to live in the moment, enjoy
By the way,
life you
this
have
channel
today, and not
is
worry too much about
called
tomorrow.
Aperture.
Because at the end of the day, you only live once.
APERTURE.
While Drake certainly popularized the motto,
And that's the thing. As far as we know, we only live once. But the folks who would have you undermine life on either side, whether it be through subjugation to being subdued and just giving way to somebody else having control, or the fascist ideology of you need to control everybody or else they're going to do crazy shit and we all need to pray at the same time 5 times a day or whatever it be. And I only say that because that's I know people pray 5 times a day, but they aren't making other people pray 5 times a day. That's just their practice. No. It's the ones we have to watch out for, like Chase, who don't care about their contradiction, don't even hear it in themselves, don't understand it, that they would say things like, in order to achieve peace, you need war. Which, if you missed it, that's what he said. In order to achieve peace, you need war. And we're in a morality war. And children are the arrows in their father's hand. Unless, of course, they're just jism and you've been masturbating too often. And then they're not very much arrow at all. They're just spongy. Anyhow. Just saying. Sounds like you've been doing a lot of it. And you probably think they're arrows because you've been throwing them at the wall or something creepy. Because, those guys are always have some rock hard sock or something in the corner. Anyways. Hedonism. I'm going to close out the show learning about hedonism. And why it's okay.
He wasn't the first to use the phrase, and he certainly wasn't the first to come up with the idea of enjoying the pleasures of today without worrying about tomorrow. This idea has been around since the 4th century BC, as what philosophers call hedonism, a school of thought that was created by Aristippus of Cyrene, a student of Socrates. Hedonism is the idea that the end goal of all of our actions in life is to 1. Pursue pleasure, and 2. Avoid pain.
And I think we can all agree that life in itself on a daily basis is about pursuing a pleasure and avoiding the pain. It doesn't mean that's the absolute and only a binary mind. Oh, he does? No, I love hearing that stuff. By the way, the reason people are always like, yeah, you're name dropping, you're bragging, that's because they don't have any fucking experience for themselves, and so they're jealous. As someone who has lived his whole life hearing people tell me I'm a know-it-all for sharing a fact, or, oh, it sucks? Oh, it's shit. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, those people are saying that because they don't have the experience. They're saying that because they're just like in the situation where the Christian virgins are like, your sex is dangerous. Can I have some? It's a jealousy. It's a lack of understanding. It's an indignancy to humanity. And I would say it's an evil hiding as a virtue. contradicting itself? Well, yeah, because ingsoc. Because what we're looking at is the undermining of habitus by a few who don't want their antiquated, broken ways that failed to go away. And it's time for us to address it. And they don't like that, so they're screaming and clawing as they go down, and they want to make sure that Gilead happens if they can. So they would turn in happiness. They would turn a happiness into a negative.
The only good cause worth pursuing was one that will ultimately bring you pleasure. In today's society, we're taught that the way to succeed is to suffer today so you can enjoy tomorrow, to save for the rainy day. Once we get out of college, we're encouraged to find a job and work hard at a 9-to-5 for many years, live modestly, and save as much as possible so we can enjoy our retirement.
Oh, he is? He's always at the drugstore at 3 a.m. in my neighborhood. That's probably because, one, that's when he's done with the studio schedule. I feel him on that. But two, it's probably also the only time he can go out, even though he brings a freaking entourage with him everywhere, which, by the way, you want to talk about a great example of visually seeing what the clique of bubble does to a person? That is what happens to rock stars. Is what happens to pastors, is what happens to generals, is what happens to people who are ideologically encircled. When you're in that bubble or chamber and the echoes start coming back at you, you think that you're right because that's all you hear. So as soon as you get pushed back on, and let's talk about just, dude trying to go out. You got to have 12 million people around you to even make it possible for him to do that, or anybody to do that, much less the fact that when you see and hear these crazy fools saying crazy shit like they're in a morality war and they're going to send more children out into the world despite the fact that they're not having sex, and that they have emotional problems when it comes to integrity. Yeah. Oh, good. Finally jumping off the feed. Jesus. They literally hung there on the feed for 3 hours, 30 minutes. You guys didn't see it, but I did because I've got the monitoring on it. Wow. Well, hopefully they learned something today. Yeah, it's shit. They're like a Debbie Downer. Absolutely. Emily, they are a Debbie Downer. Homegirl is actually an insufferable pill. I could make an episode of just those two ladies. Facts, the only time he can go out. The drugstore is open 24 hours. I never say anything when I see him. You actually want to become his friend? I'll tell you the key, Paula. Turn to him and be like, yo, I see you here at 3 a.m. This is the only time you can fucking get out, huh? That must really suck. Do you even have a normal life? He's your friend immediately. Because you're asking about something normal. That's the way rock stars work. Normal people. They love normal people. They want to sit and talk to normal people because everybody around them is a shit. And they know it. That's how it is. Don't say I love your work. Don't be like, just turn to him and be like, normally like, yo, so it must suck, huh? You just can't get out. He'd be like, yeah, how'd you know? Yeah, because I'm a normal fucking human. Anyways. Hedonism.
50 years later. Aristippus didn't believe in any of that. He didn't believe in the idea of delayed gratification, and he always advocated for people to simply get pleasure from what is present and available. He was completely against the idea of suffering in the present in order to get something that only might be pleasurable in the future. So instead of telling students in college to study hard for their exams so they can land a good job after school, for example, Aristippus would encourage them to fraternize, drink, and party lavishly, because these are the pleasures that are readily available to them. On the one hand, you can see him as stupid and lacking foresight. After all, if you squander everything you have on the pleasures of today, you'll quickly run out of resources, and all of that pleasure will turn to pain. From people losing everything they had because of an addiction, to people living in poverty as a result of their own laziness, we've seen the results of solely focusing on the present pleasures. But on the other hand, there's some wisdom to this school of thought. Because
There's
truly,
a lot of wisdom to it. Because the point is that if you focus on any one thing, if you don't balance it out, some stoicism, some, hedonism, some intellectualism, some sexuality, or sexualism. You don't have a balance, you're not a whole person. You haven't grown up. That's my opinion. But I'd say most of us have found lots of people in the world that are like that, and they're the ones driving these conversations because they're the loudest ones. And they're the ones who would have us all living in an unhappiness. Oh, Paula, you don't want to be Drake's friend? But there's benefits. There's lots of benefits, I'm sure. Plus, Canada. I don't need to add anything to that, I don't think. Canada. It's a benefit. It's just a huge benefit. Plus poutine. And dried meats. Just better. It's just better. Like that. Maybe not the weather. I'm in Calais, so I'll gloat, and I will basically bully anyone with that information all the time. No, your weather's fine. I mean, it's not where I live, but it is fine. Only people in like Guam can do that, or Hawaii can do that to me, so it's fine. Or Maldives. Sucks. That's mean. That's just shitty. Yeah. I've heard actually he's a really cool guy. I've heard he's a really good dude personally, from people who know him very well. But that when you see him in the entourage, he's playing a character. He's out there, he's doing his thing. But yeah, if you want to get in and freak out his whole tribe, that's how you do that. Just so you know. But yeah, you don't be friends with somebody you don't want to be friends with. That's just disingenuous. So the fireworks here are what's being missed by a whole group of people. And that's the explanation. And that's the brick today that we're pulling out from the obelisk. So we're about to start taking this thing really far down. We're about to start opening up the prisons in a way that they aren't expecting. It's already happened. When we acknowledge that some of the players on the other side were not just bad faith, but that they were inspiring folks to do harm before that even happened, and then had that information before most of the public did. Well, that echoed through the chambers that normally only hear themselves, and another voice, even so quietly in the background. Well, that flipped them all out. So much so that you had Sneeko and Destiny overturning a whole structure last week. You had FD Signifier, who, if you're not familiar with, is essentially a much more advanced in the subs and known in the East Coast like Mike TV, a grifter smasher. And he challenged Destiny over reparations several days after we were talking about it. Why? Because when the butterfly flaps its wings, a tornado or a whirlpool forms elsewhere. Excuse me. Yes, I swallowed a burp. That's correct. What we're looking at is nothing less than an attempt to create a battle between us all with nonsense and simpler ideas than we can. Oh yeah, FD Signifier. Now, we can undervalue or underestimate these folks, and that's what's being hoped for up at the top of the chain of the money. Those who are wagging the dog want all these groups to fight each other so that while they're fighting, one or two voices can come out and say, no, we're the ones. We're the heroes. We're the ones who matter. And when I say that, it's because of this that I do.
If you care so much, why didn't you do it?
Oh shit! Oh my god!
Sorry.
You do it.
Oh shit!
What's happening in the world today? I think that with the advent, may he, rest in peace and whatever you feel about him, Kevin Samuels, who he made a whole living off of going hard on us. He made a living.
Oh, sorry. Let me get this to a point where she's actually saying something, shall we?
By the way, your call's coming up. The link is in it.
Looking for someone big that they can tear down. Like, look at this business guy. He did this shit to Kevin Samuels, the godfather of the manosphere.
She said, this business guy.
Yeah, she's talking about Jason Black.
That's what she called Jason Black. This business guy?
So why do I bring this up? Because at the end of this video,
talked about him. He told me that.
She says, let's see if I can find it in here.
If you care so much.
Let me get my man's.
By the way, this video, as he's talking smack about Pearl, he then brings up Nick
I
Fuentes.
shouldn't be able to have guests from the
Here we go. This is what she says. And this is where the voices that fill the void, we should expect them to show up, and that they were trying to make her one of them. That she's speaking to the Chases, the Chances, or whatever the fuck his name is. She's speaking to the
try to control me. Tell me who I
Dalaban.
should have on my platform. Tell me
The
the way I
Guipers.
should run my show. Tell me that I am not good to my employees, and that is what these undercover feminists do. I like having people that disagree. I like having all different forms of opinion, and I will not apologize for having somebody controversial on my podcast.
She's talking about Nick
You know,
Fuentes.
I am more than willing in the future.
This is recent.
And I would also like to extend an invitation. If somebody thinks I'm misinformed, DM me. Let's get you on the show. Tell me where I was wrong, and tell me who I should have on
Yeah,
my
except,
podcast.
hold on a second. Let me just pause right there. It's funny how they delete my comments, questions, things that maybe they don't agree with, won't take the calls for the interview, management won't respond. Well, that's funny. Really? So if you just disagree, you can just show up? Huh. But what about your security that you had to hire? Because people were just attacking you out on the street verbally. Huh. Showing up to your house. Huh.
She said, pull up on the show. You think I'm wrong? Pull up on Mitigated Guard with the $10 super chat right.
But it's one thing when you want to correct me or say something's inaccurate, but it's another thing when you go after my character. To everyone that thinks that
No, it's not, because your character is fallible, simple, shallow, and has such large hubris that you think you're the next voice.
for bringing Nick Fuentes on. To everyone that thinks I shouldn't be able to have guests from the far right or the far left, to everyone that doesn't believe in freedom of speech and bringing on canceled people.
Do you hear the music?
I'm one of the last remaining platforms that still brings on people that have been kicked off.
Do you
of
hear what
all
she's saying?
platforms, including YouTube. And every day we fight so hard against cancel culture that we risk our entire platform by having people on. Now, it's crazy because we have CNN, BBC, Piers Morgan. They have the most controversial guests in the entire world on their show. But for some reason on YouTube, you get canceled for having controversial guests on.
So did you get
If
that?
care so much, why didn't you do it?
Did you get that?
Shit!
Another clueless 26-year-old. Yes. So somebody has told her that she's the voice of freedom. Her. The anti-slavery, anti-happiness, anti-dating, no experience herself, non-hedonistic, Yeah, she doesn't even know how to carry the fake bravado. That is absolutely correct, Paula. But the reason I brought this up at the end is because this vacuum caused by the two sides is being perpetrated. The sale of anti-hedonism versus anti-stoicism versus Tether versus FBA versus ADOS, MAP versus trans versus gay versus straight versus gay. Everybody, let's all just rumble! When in actuality, friends, that's part of the fucking plan. Because if we don't see eye to eye, they can fill the vacuum with someone like fucking her. Which is exactly what this video was saying. And I'm going to play the end one more time before I play us out. And talk about the lessons.
She calling all of them.
Sorry. By the way, that was also upsetting. I really hate it when people make fun of other people's earnest beliefs and practices, and to say Allah Akbar, that means God is good. So if you're a Christian and you're making fun of that, give it a fucking break. Get your head out your ass. Love thy neighbor. It's that simple. I don't need to add any more to that.
Far left. To everyone that doesn't believe in freedom of speech.
Zero accountability, zero humility.
Canceled people. I am one of the last remaining platforms that still brings on people that have been kicked off of all.
She is saying that she's one of the last remaining platforms. Oh, they're back. Hi. Wow, I always know when I just got hit because my... There we go. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry. I just booted. I booted them. Normally don't boot them. But you guys just saw that too. Wow. Yeah, that's me booting a hacker. By the way, folks. Wow. The message. They hate this fucking message. 5 people, 7 people, 40 people watching the show total, maybe 90, or maybe I'll get 100. They hate this fucking message. Why? Because it's potent as fuck. It takes 2 people and then it spreads, because all you got to do is look at the video and look at the other videos. So who were we looking at before? We were looking at Aperture. It was talking about happiness, essentially. But basically correcting the record about what hedonism means. Because hedonism is the act of pursuing happiness. And homegirl up here, she doesn't know what happiness is. I really don't believe she knows what happiness is, because she's been chasing it and telling people that happiness are things that it's not. In general, it's just fucking not the way she describes it, much less it doesn't seem like she really knows what it is. And so I'm gonna head us out with what I started us with, and it won't stop. And now it won't stop playing, because I'm gonna play it straight off the player. But come on over here for a second, shall we? What did we learn today? Well, first off, once I adjust the camera, we learned that the two sides couldn't be further from one another than a mountain in the Himalayas and the West Coast. What else did we learn? Well, it's going to take a lot more warriors of spirit, of soul, of mind, or lack of hubris, kindness, those who leave the hegemony behind, who could care less about the stoicism. What else did we learn? Well, we saw Paula, we saw Emily. Who else did I see? I saw, hold on, there's lots of people. I saw Jacob, and I saw oh my god, I gotta go back. I saw Jazzy. Did I already say Lita? And, hold on a second. I'm missing somebody. I know I'm missing somebody. Who else did we see? Oh, Mike. And J9. And Elijah. That's who I was forgetting. We saw Elijah today. I guess Moby Zhuge didn't come. 7 wasn't available because they were working. But it's so awesome to have you all here. Stream Elements is here. I gotta change the name back to Who's He What's It's because that was better. That was lesson number 3. They say it in the song. My warriors, come out and play. Because if we don't come out and play, the stoicists... Jacob, yes. Sorry. I'm terrible. Terrible thing. If we don't come out and play, the stoicists will. What else did we learn? That these fools don't know anything about their own bodies or sex. They straight out admit it. Scary. What else did we learn? Oh, that they're in the midst of a morality war for Jesus, apparently. Why-yo. 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 The point that I'm trying to make here with this lesson, and what we, I believe, learned, and I appreciate all of you. But what did we learn? We learned that there's people who would rather see you unhappy at 18 years old with a child than to see you on OnlyFans. And they would equate those things. They would equate with those things terribly so. In their mind, OnlyFans is worse than bringing another life into the world and being in a dead-end marriage. For them, that's what's important. They don't care about happiness. They think that there's something coming for them at the end. And in case that there is, they'll give away everything. They'll give you away. They'll give me away. And they would rather all of us not exist for their sake. Because they think the 1950s was a win. They think the sexual revolution hurt all of us. And they've turned the word feminism, which just means believing that a woman deserves the same right as you or as anybody else. They think that that's bad. Why? Because what they're not saying is, if they take that away, they can take away civil rights, which is what they really want. Because did you notice what the complexion of the entire side of the table was? You think that if they're against happiness, they wouldn't be against anybody who's different? I think the next lesson is that white nationalism loves to play itself under a validity game, a valor signal. But in honesty, they abide by Satanism. Now, most things in Satanism are actually pretty decent. It's, believe it or not, pretty reasonable. It's based off of Christianity. The difference is, Satanism actually promotes unlimited hedonism. So, everything takes a limit. That's why Satanism can be bad. But in their case, it's worse than that. They have satanic principles, meaning that they will lie, cheat, steal, and do anything they want, as long as they see it as righteous. So in actuality, they aren't Christians. They're Satanists in practice. How's that? Because what did they say about Satan? Satan will come as the guise, as a sheep, Satan will come and bring a false war. Going to OnlyFans tomorrow. Paula Gray says, I got great looking feet. Yep, all about the non-physical contact prostitution for the money. Yo, if I could get away with it, let me tell you something. I'd have my feetsies up there, but I have big old clogged caveman feet. So, and I tried my thumb. Nobody was down for the single picture of the thumb. Not even 25 cents. It hurt my feelings. So I went, you know. Anyway. What we need, my friends, is more spiritual, positive, egalitarian, open-minded, free-thinking, happy, conceptually open, non-stoicist, and wild-minded spirits. We need warriors. Because, as you heard, they think they're in a morality war. There is a market for everything. And they are selling a war. The guys love feet and panties. Oh, I know you're joking. Yeah, no, but really, there's a whole market for it. In Japan, I mean, like, you'd be up at the soda machine, and the guy this machine literally next to it, the guy will be like, oh, I got this one, ding, 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 ding. Oh, buying them white girl panties. Well, by the way, Lita, women are weird too. Women are really weird. Just as weird as men are. I've been in women's bathrooms. I'm just going to hold that for a minute. I've seen the cup. Anyhow, I held that for long enough. Folks, I so appreciate that you're here. And I appreciate that you've been hanging out with us. And on the way out, I just want to take a moment to play us out with a little Michael Sherwood. No, women are. Men and women are weird. Men are just more obvious, I think, because it's all on the outside. But women, once you find out how weird it is, then it's like, oh shit, what's that cup for? Why is it next? What the hell is the cup doing in here? Yes, we're all a work in progress. Ain't that the truth? And if we don't admit it, we end up repressed, worried about what other people have to say, and not worried about the happiness in our own lives. And my friends, in the end, we're all watching. We're all aware. And we all know that happiness wins the end of the day. But yes, people are weird. That is a fact. And we're never going to get past that. Because humans are basically upright monkeys. What cup? Oh, Emily. What cup? Emily's never seen it. It's mostly an Asian country. Oh, what happened? There it is. Oh, did it just... Yeah, it did. Of course. Oh, they're trying to make it hard. No, that's a real common thing in Asia. The cup's next to the toilet. Because they don't use toilet paper. But if you've never seen it, it can be very concerning. Like, why is there a cup? Oh, they almost got me shut down here. There, it's coming back. I had to boot him again. Same IP. Over and over. There we go. All right. So this song is called Everybody's Watching. And hold on 1 second. Why is that doing that? There. Get the internet back. Just on the way out the door, of course. Yeah, the cup. The cup. It turns out it's actually a cleaning device, but in any case, the point is, no, you'll know about the cup. I'm here. Uh-oh. Europe has bidets. Is my audio still rolling? Let's see. There we go. Now it's back. All right, now I held for a minute. It's coming back. All right, so what the cup is for is it's basically a cheap bidet. I love that we ended this on my show on the cup, because this is an example of how, you know, we can all learn something from other cultures, from other ways. Most people don't know that if you walk into, like, especially I think it's Thai and Vietnamese mostly, if I remember right, Cambodia, countries that don't have bidets, often. And a lot of Japanese houses, Korean houses, you'll see the cup. It's a tall cup. Don't drink out of that cup. Yeah, don't drink out of that cup. I even thought about actually using the cup for a while, but it doesn't work the same way. I really want a bidet. I do. Anyways, before we leave out, just this one last message. Yes, they do, and some carry a cup, and in some places there's a public cup. But that's, speaking of which, I mean, I'm sure that the folks in that chat that we were talking about, in that show, yeah, rinse your shit. That's right. Wash your ass, as the album by the great Tariq said the other day. Wash your ass. No, they do it. They're just public. It'd be like right there. Anyways, so the men have no cup? No, the men have a bowl. But that's for the public showers. It's different. And if you ever go to a Korean spa, proper Korean spa, all the men will be over sitting on buckets, shaving in very close proximity, very nude, with their sons helping them wash their hair, and it's a family affair, and they're all doing it out of bowls. It's something else to see. So, in any case, that's a whole other day. I'm going to head us out here, since we've been listening to Michael's Everybody's Watching. I'm going to head us out the door and thank you all for being here. And I'm going to end the show on this one right here, even though I played Warriors already. I'm going to play this, which is basically the theme, folks. Yes, a public cup, Paula Gray. And to that I say, have you ever had a feeling? A feeling like you don't belong? Have you ever embraced the moment or the feeling? Be strong. Be strong. Be strong. Have you ever reached a moment when all of your faith was gone? When all your faith was gone. You remember what Father told you. Father or mother, be strong. Be strong. Be strong. So as you head out into the world, my friends, this is the message I send with you today, because we're not just talking about stupid people. We're not just talking about conspiratorial ideas. I can only be as strong as you and I. Thank you very much for being here today and putting up with all this shenanigans and chicanery and falderall. I'm AronMSound. This has been Look Up. Hopefully we took the conversation in another direction, and I hope you take it with you. And remember that there's people out there who need our love and our care and our reach, not just to make fun of them, but be strong for them. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you go into the world stronger, a little bit more knowledgeable, and don't forget, we can only be as strong as you and I. Until I see you again on Friday, I'm AronMSound. Look up.